Good afternoon. If everyone could please take their seat, we'll be starting the meeting in about 5 minutes. Before we start, we have, no? How's this? No? Hello? Can you hear me? No? All right, before we start the meeting, we have an announcement from our Fire Chief Cisneros.
Good evening, community. My name is Fire Chief Corey Cisneros with the Barstow Fire Protection District. On behalf of the city and the Barstow Fire Protection District, we welcome you guys to this meeting and this gathering in which we want to ensure it's safe and secure. So with that safety and security, we're going to cover a few brief injects here. As you can see, the lighted areas here, you have up on the stairwell, you have each of the stairwells here, as well as over on that other side, which is your stage, your right, our stage left. Those are the exits in case we have an escalated event of any sorts where we require evacuation. Per the State Fire Marshal, we actually assist that you guys go out the doors or those exits and seek shelter on the exterior of the building. If there's any type of medical need, there's also an AED out front. Go ahead and summons or raise your hand if you have any type of medical event, and we'll go ahead and respond appropriately to your needs. With that being said, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any first responder, whether it's a police officer, myself, or city staff, and we can assist you with any needs or requirements. With that, we hope you guys have a good community meeting, and we appreciate your guys' participation within this organization. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, yo soy Víctor Salinas, seré el intérprete de esta noche. Como decía el jefe de bomberos, Corey, si vean los lados de la izquierda, tiene salidas de emergencia, también hay arriba. Cualquier emergencia o evacuación, traten de salir por esas salidas, por favor, y pueden buscar dónde quedarse a la... Si también tiene algún tipo de emergencia, por favor, puede contactar a cualquier primer correspondiente o persona la ciudad, por favor. Again, my name is Victor. I will be the interpreter tonight. I just repeated what Fire Chief mentioned. But also, if you need interpreting assistance, we're interpreting this meeting into Spanish. We are outside next to the box office. You can come see us there if you need an interpreting equipment. Como mencioné, yo soy Víctor, seré el intérprete. Si necesita asistencia al español, estamos al lado afuera. O necesitan los dispositivos de interpretación, puede venir y visitarme allí, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. With that, we're going to call this meeting to order for the joint special meeting of the City Barstow Council, Barstow Fire Protection District, and Odessa Water District today for June 2nd, 2026 at 5:03 p.m. I ask that everyone that can please rise for our invocation, and please stay standing after that for a pledge to our flag.
He's down there.
Check, there we go. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and have our opening prayer this evening. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for this evening and for all the blessings that you have given to Barstow. And Lord, we got to say that you've been so good to us. And Lord, we're grateful for the wonderful opportunities and exciting possibilities for our city in this next chapter of our history. Your word says in Proverbs 11:11 that when the righteous bless the city, it flourishes. And so, Lord, we pronounce your blessing on this city this evening. We ask for your blessing to be upon Barstow as decisions are made for our future. Give our council members wisdom. Show them the right direction to lead us, Lord. And Lord, we pray for your will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. May your will be done in Barstow as it is in heaven. And you told us in Matthew 5:14 that we are the light of the world, like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. So let Barstow shine bright with your glory in the days ahead. May we be that city on a hill. May Barstow be known as a city of love, joy, peace, and prosperity, Lord, as you have called us to live for you. And finally, God, we ask for your protection to be upon all of our first responders as they sacrifice to protect us every day. We thank you for your blessing. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing. Follow with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Here.
Councilmember Rose? Councilmember Rose? Mayor Silva?
Present.
Roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, please indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the and handing it to the city staff located in the box office located in the lobby of the Performing Arts Center prior to the close of public hearing. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with civility, courtesy, and patience. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, items or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2, Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by majority vote, and allowing items that arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action, to be added by a two-thirds vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than two-thirds of the council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. I ask for a motion and a second.
So move to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. I'll call, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes.
Councilmember Rose?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Silva?
Yes.
And the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, we have one item on the agenda tonight. That item is a public hearing. The public hearing is a general plan update, Barstow International Gateway, BIG, specific plan, and related action. The recommended action, that the City Council conduct a public hearing, make appropriate findings under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and take these actions. Adopt resolution number 5256-2026 to certify the City of Barstow General Plan and Barstow International Gateway BIG Development Project Final Environmental Impact Report, SCH number 2024-020501, with technical appendices, adopt CEQA findings on impacts and mitigation measures, statement of overriding consideration, and mitigation, monitoring, and reporting programs for the general plan and BIG project. Adopt resolution number 5257-2026 to adopt an update to the City of Barstow general plan. waive further readings, and introduce ordinance number 1035-2026 to adopt a new zoning map and amend Title 19 of the Barstow Municipal Code, BMC, to create a business park, BP, high-density residential, HDR, zone districts, adopt major changes to the medium-density residential zone, MDR district, eliminate the estate residential zone district required, adopt specific plans, be incorporated by reference into the BMC, with copies available for review at the city clerk's office, and repeal Chapter 1.05 as it is unnecessary and superseded by the updated general plan, and make conforming amendments throughout Title 12 and Title 19. Waive further readings and introduce ordinance number 1043-2026 to adopt the big specific plan. Adopt resolution number 5258-2026 to approve the big tentative map track 2078-1-10 and consistent with the big specific plan and conditions for approval. Waive further readings and introduce ordinance number 1044-2026 to approve the development agreement, DA, that memorializes agreements negotiated between City of Barstow and BNSF over fees, service agreement, and other aspects of the big project. Adopt resolution number 5259-2026 to authorize a road maintenance agreement with the County of San Bernardino for maintenance of the portions of Main Street southeast of the big specific plan boundary that is excluded from the San Bernardino County Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, Action Area A. Reorganization is defined in Resolution 5276-2026. Adopt resolution number 5260-2026 to authorize and direct the city manager to accept assignment of certain easements from BNSF related to the big project, consent to recordation of the assignments of easements, and record said easements. Waive further readings and ordinance and introduce ordinance number 1045-2026 to pre-zone LAFCO Action Area A for the big project, including 2,676 acres of the proposed big specific plan area and an approximately 10-acre parcel. Adopt resolution number 5274-2026 of the City of Barstow, acting as the City Council and acting as the Board of Directors for the Barstow Fire Protection District, BFPD, to authorize principal terms for the exchange of property tax revenues with the San Bernardino County and the San Bernardino County Fire District resulting from the reorganization of LAFCO Action Area A for the big project. Adopt resolution number 5276-2026 to approve a resolution of application by the City of Barstow requesting LAFCO initiate proceedings for reorganization for LAFCO Action Area A comprised of annexations to the City of Barstow, BFPD, and Odessa Water Districts, detachment from the County Fire Protection District, its North Desert Service Zone, and its Zone FP-5, and detachment from the County Service Area 70. Adopt BFPD Resolution Number 762026, acting as the Board of Directors of BFPD in support of the City of Barstow's application for reorganization of LAFCO Action Area A. Adopt Odessa Water District Resolution Number 01-2026, acting as the Board of Directors of the Odessa Water District in support of the City of Barstow's application for reorganization of LAFCO Action Area A. Waive further readings and introduce ordinance number 1046-2026 to pre-zone LAFCO Action Area B for the big project, inclusive of 6 parcels totaling 99 acres. Adopt resolution number 5275-2026 of the City of Barstow to authorize principal terms for the exchange of property tax revenues with the San Bernardino County resulting from the reorganization of the LAFCO Action Area B for the big project. Adopt Resolution Number 5277-2026 to approve a resolution of application by the City of Barstow requesting LAFCO initiate proceedings for reorganization of LAFCO Action Area B, comprised of annexations to the City of Barstow and Odessa Water Districts and detachments from the County Service Area 70, and adopt Odessa Water District Resolution Number 02-2026, acting as the Board of Directors of the Odessa Water District in support of the City of Barstow's application for reorganization of LAFCO Action Area B. With that, I turn it over to the City Manager for the presentation. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. I'm Rochelle Clayton, City Manager of Barstow. I'd like to welcome everyone, including residents, property owners, agencies, and members of the public. Today's public hearing is to consider the city's general plan and zoning updates, the Barstow International Gateway specific plan and proposed project, including the development agreement, tentative track map, and road maintenance agreement, and easements and so forth that the mayor just called out, which has an estimated investment of $4 billion into this community. This is a significant undertaking with the potential to have far-reaching and positive impacts on transportation, economic development, environmental resources, and public safety. The purpose of this hearing is to provide a transparent public forum for the presentation of the project, review of the planning and environmental considerations, and to receive public testimony. The City Council's role today is to carefully evaluate the information presented, consider the plans, regulations, and laws, and ensure that all interested parties have an opportunity to be heard. We recognize that projects of this scale can generate strong opinions and legitimate questions. We ask that everyone participate respectfully and professionally so that Mayor Silva can maintain a fair, orderly, and productive hearing process. The format for today's meeting will begin with our presentation, an overview of the general plan update, the applicant's presentation of the project-specific plan, and then a presentation on the environmental impact report and project-specific information. Mayor Silva will then open the public hearing for public testimony and comments, which will be 2 minutes per speaker, or a total of 4 minutes if translation is needed to ensure the translator has the full 2 minutes to translate. And all speakers will be called up in order. The names and numbers of the next 5 speakers will be projected on, we don't have the large screen up, but we will be projected for staff to call them up. All testimony will be considered as part of the City Council's deliberations. We encourage speakers to focus your comments on relevant planning, environmental, transportation, infrastructure, and community issues as associated with the proposal. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Community Development Director Heldreth to provide an update on the general plan and zoning.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and the public. My name is Chris Heldreth, and I'm your Community Development Director at the City of Barstow. I'm going to go over a little bit of the general plan update that we have been undertaking for those last several years. Barstow has always been at the center of economic activity and trade dating back centuries. Barstow's experienced lots of growth since the railroads came and continued blossoming through the 1950s all the way around the 1980s. Over the past 35 years, we've had a number of proposals of new ideas, new job creators, and massive economic development opportunities. But frankly, we've stalled out. We focused on some short-term updates in 2015, and then in 2020, we kept hearing about potential development interest including big. On the map, you can see some of that interest. It was in residential, of course, the casinos, and some other industrial uses. So we saw the potential for thousands of new homes and jobs, and immediately understood that we had to undertake a comprehensive review of all of our long-range plans. As you can imagine, that's a lot to consider. And if we just evaluate each of these individual projects one at a time, we risk missing something if they all come to fruition. The city's job is to make sure growth and development can be accommodated while making sure everything will work and our quality of life can improve. We have to make sure our roads will still work, your toilets will flush, the water will flow for both existing and future residents, businesses, and institutions. So we built a team to help us evaluate all of this potential growth. City staff and the city consultants prepared citywide studies and plans, reviewed and integrated BNSF's studies and plans into ours, and we ensured the analysis and plans were accurate, feasible, and integrated into all the overall system. Out of all the various tools and systems the city uses to keep everything organized and functioning, the general plan serves as the hub. But all these planning systems need to be in sync and be consistent. As you can see in the illustration, everything works together, and if anything is misaligned, it will not work. The general plan serves as the hub because it provides long-term vision for how Barstow will improve. The general plan serves as a primary signpost for making decisions and investments. This plan is used by your city council, planning commissioners, city staff to help us make decisions when looking at development applications. Also helps us with our city budgets and updating other plans. Additionally, everyone else uses this plan, like developers, property owners. Members of the public can use this document to help them understand how and why the city makes its decisions, which can in return help them make their own decisions about their property, neighborhood, or businesses. As I've previously said, the general plan provides the long-term vision. We're planning for how the city of Barstow will grow and improve over the next 4 years, reaching thousands of community members in and around Barstow. During the public outreach sessions, there were a lot of questions. There are a lot of priorities we heard from the community, such as, are we going to encourage investment in the community? Create livable wage jobs and careers? Expand housing options? Support local schools and college? Improve public services and safety? And also increase recreation and amenities. Some of the top questions we also received was, when will it all happen? How will all this growth affect me? How many jobs? Is there going to be training so I can get one of these jobs? Will there be a lot of truck traffic? Can the infrastructure handle it? Where will schools and parks go? During the process, we also spoke to a lot of public agencies, especially those that serve Barstow, but also those that oversee and coordinate matters at the region, state, and national level. So the many years of working on this document have brought us here tonight, the proposed new general plan and a new vision for the city of Barstow. We want to honor our past while at the same time push forward, creating a complete community where our residents thrive, where visitors discover why we call Barstow home, all while enabling our current and future businesses to flourish. The easiest way for me to show you some of the most substantial changes is to compare our current and proposed land use maps. Here we have a current land use map up on the screen, which allows a lot of development both in the city and in the unincorporated areas. We want new investment, new development, but at the same time, we want to develop responsibly. What does that mean? As you can see here, we have color all over the map, and we thought we can better organize these land uses. Also, we wanted to avoid the mistake we've seen repeated in so many cities throughout California, where the new neighborhoods get the new parks, the new shops, and the new schools, and the existing neighborhoods and the downtown are often set aside. We wanted to avoid creating a new Barstow and an old Barstow. During our outreach, we heard multiple times, please focus on our existing neighborhoods, our existing parks, and our downtown. As you can see with the new land use map, we have focused on new residential within Central Barstow to direct new investment into our current neighborhoods, making sure new residents directly support and see the value in improving our existing parks, our existing schools, and the downtown. Other changes include focusing on new job-generating uses outside of Central Barstow, integrating the plan for the big project, creating a spot for future job-generating uses through a new business park land use, modifying our land use map to reflect county land use designations outside of city boundaries, and refining the alignment of the Veterans Parkway to help connect the east to the west. These land use changes, along with improvements for transportation and infrastructure, sets the stage for our growth. And with the opportunities in front of us, Barstow could double in size over the next 20 years. The land use map is just one part of the city's general plan. The majority of the general plan consists of policies and actions that addresses various aspects of how to improve and grow Barstow. These aspects are grouped into topics that are called elements. In addition to the new vision I spoke of earlier, the land use element focuses on priorities like compatibility between adjacent land uses and circulation, and mobility element focuses on making it easier to get to and move around Barstow. The housing element seeks ways to assist our existing residents and create more new housing opportunities. We also emphasize improving on our parks, recreational opportunities, and conserving our natural resources. With all this potential growth, a key issue is ensuring our public services, infrastructure, and emergency services continue to be reliable, cost-efficient, and give us the ability to be protected and prosper. Throughout all these elements, the city addressed the topic of environmental justice, prioritizing improvements for conditions and services in those neighborhoods that are most disadvantaged. And with all these potential changes to the general plan, the city is also making parallel changes to the zoning ordinance to ensure consistency in the city's planning system. This includes the adoption of the Big Specific Plan, which will serve as the regulatory zoning document for the development and implementation of the big project. And with that, I would like to invite Lena Kent from BNSF to walk you through the big project and the proposed specific plan.
Thank you, Chris. It's great to be here tonight. I just want to start off by saying good evening to the mayor, city council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Lena Kent, and I've been with BNSF now for close to over 30 years. I'm the General Director of Public Affairs based right here in San Bernardino County. Tonight I want to cover the purpose, benefits, commitments of the Barstow International Gateway, otherwise known as BIG, and how it aligns with the city's long-term goals and visions. Before I get into really the meat of the project, I just want to take a moment and really thank the residents of Barstow, because it has been my pleasure really to meet so many of you and the impacts that you've had. You really do truly have a great city with a lot of great people. So thank you for having me tonight. Right. Okay, just a little bit about BNSF before we get into what the Barstow project is all about. BNSF is the largest freight rail network in North America, and we're owned by Berkshire Hathaway. We operate over 32,500 route miles in 3 Canadian provinces. At any given moment, we're operating roughly 1,200 trains in the nation and move more than 10 million units annually. Many of those units, all carry the goods that us as Americans rely on day in and day out to survive. BNSF is truly one of the backbones of the national supply chain. Our workforce includes 37,000 employees nationwide. I'm proud to say that BNSF and its predecessor railroads have been part of the Barstow community since 1886, more than 140 years. Barstow's connection to the railroad is reflected in the city's name. In fact, the city of Barstow is named after William Barstow Strong, who served as the president of the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe Railroad. Today, BNSF employs approximately 1,000 people locally and continues to operate a major classification yard here in Barstow. The Barstow community is deeply connected to the rail, and it builds and BIG builds on that legacy. A little bit about how goods currently move in Southern California. I think it's really important for us to understand how that happens. And so goods come in through the ports of LA and Long Beach, otherwise known as the San Pedro Bay ports. As those containers arrive at the ports, they are either loaded directly onto a rail car and taken out of the state via rail, and that goes through what is known as the Alameda Corridor, or they get picked up by a truck in most cases, and they travel to local distribution centers in the Inland Empire. So that truck picks up the container, takes it to an Inland Empire warehouse where they take the contents of that container out, so it could have TVs and clothing items and food products. And they transload that and they put it into a 53-foot container. Then a truck picks up that container and takes it to a downtown rail yard, either in Los Angeles or in San Bernardino, further congesting our highway system. We think there's a better way to do it, and we have long been asked by communities to move more by rail, move more on dock, and transport it across the nation more efficiently. So that's exactly what BIG will help to do. This project really came about as well during COVID, and so when COVID happened, you really saw a supply chain meltdown where there wasn't enough space in warehouses. There weren't enough chassis, what you move containers in and around the area. And then the rail network started to melt down as well. So we were approached at that time at the federal level and at the state level to try to make some changes and come up with a more efficient way to move goods, to avoid something like that from happening again. And that's exactly how BIG was designed. Okay. So the Barstow International Gateway is designed to change the process by moving goods more efficiently. It would allow cargo to move by train directly from the port of Los Angeles and Long Beach through the underutilized Alameda Corridor. The project is more than a $4 billion private investment and would create a state-of-the-art, master-planned intermodal facility. BIG would fully integrate rail and transload operations, including on-site warehouses, development, and provide access to one of the fastest intermodal routes and largest hub networks. The goal is to create a more efficient, cost-competitive, and sustainable supply chain solution. The BIG conceptual site plan. This map shows the full BIG footprint, including the intermodal facility, transload warehouses, a solar farm, and supporting infrastructure. The site plan illustrates how the facility would be organized to support efficient movement of containers between trucks, trains, and warehouses. The design includes private roads stormwater basins, new rail lines, and multiple access points. The layout is engineered to maximize efficiency while minimizing impacts on public roadways and surrounding neighborhoods. Additionally, there is approximately 636 acres for the Mojave River buffer, more than 15% of total property area. Of that, 545 acres have been set aside as a conservation easement and will never be developed. So I think, as we get into the next slide, I really want to talk about the closed-loop system. BIG will operate as what is known as a closed-loop system, meaning container movement stays within the site. As you may recall, how it currently moves today, it's going back and forth on the highway to warehouses that are off-site and then back to rail yards. This puts it all on one footprint, and that closed-loop system keeps that off of city streets. International 40-foot containers would arrive by the ports by rail at BIG's intermodal facility. At the intermodal facility, containers would be lifted off rail cars by electric cranes and zero-emission electric hustlers and moved to transload warehouses. At the transload warehouse center, international containers would be transloaded into 53-foot domestic containers. After transloading, the domestic containers would be returned to BIG's intermodal facility by electric trucks and then depart to rail to destinations across the United States. This closed-loop system is intended to reduce truck trips outside the facility and support a more efficient movement process. BNSF has made important commitments as part of the BIG project. BNSF has signed a project labor agreement to ensure union labor for construction. We will deploy a dedicated Tier 4 locomotive fleet, the cleanest diesel technology currently available between the ports and BIG. All cranes and cargo handling equipment at BIG will be zero-emission electric. We're also committing to increased renewable fuel use, which will significantly reduce diesel particulate matter. This project also includes a 140-acre solar farm, rooftop solar on warehouses beyond legal requirements, and solar on rail yard canopies. Additionally, we will voluntarily replace existing switchers at our current Barstow yard with Tier 4 switchers, reducing emissions by up to 99%. BNSF has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District for testing of Tier 4 hybrid line haul locomotives. And so if you're not familiar with what the Tier 4 hybrid line haul locomotives are, when they're going up Cajon Pass, for example, they would be in diesel mode. When they enter into the facilities, they would go into zero-emission mode, reducing any impacts to surrounding communities. BNSF has also entered into a MOU with the California Air Resources Board to explore the feasibility of additional emission reduction measures. These commitments would be implemented through a development agreement, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, conditions of approval, and cooperative agreements. Together, these commitments are intended to ensure that the project incorporates cleaner technology and enforceable measures. BIG would be a first-of-its-kind rail facility in the United States. It improves efficiency regionally and across the U.S. supply chain by shifting container sorting and processing away from congested ports and the Inland Empire. The project eliminates approximately 800,000 truck trips per year, reducing congestion and emissions on our highways. Economically, BIG will generate an estimated 62,000 construction-related jobs throughout the state, as well as the region and locally, and 15,000 operational jobs. This includes direct, indirect, and induced jobs. The estimated construction economic benefit is approximately $11 billion, with an operational economic benefit of approximately $7 billion. For the city of Barstow, the estimated economic benefit is over $7 billion. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about our schools. BIG will generate significant tax revenue that will support local schools, including the Barstow Unified School District. The project will also support workforce development through the Barstow Community College by adding new programs aligned with industry standards and specific employer needs. I think before I go on, I really just also want to recognize the Barstow Community College and for all the efforts that they have put in to begin working to bring the next generation of employees forward and having a robust training program, and certainly have been very cooperative as we've worked to bring this project forward. So definitely want to thank the Barstow Community College for all their support. Yeah. The city will also be able to enhance public safety staffing and equipment beyond what is required for BIG, including the purchase of a new ladder fire truck and additional firefighter and police staff. Infrastructure grades, including flood control, bridges, and roadway improvements, will benefit local residents in both the city and the county. We've talked a lot about the benefits that it brings to the Barstow region, but I also want to talk a little bit about the benefits that it brings to communities between the ports and BIG. BIG will not only benefit Barstow, but also the communities within that corridor by maximizing the use of on-dock infrastructure and the underutilized Alameda corridor. The dedicated Tier 4 locomotive, again, which is the cleanest diesel equipment we can currently buy today, between the ports and BIG, the 900% increase in use of renewable fuel and decrease in truck trips will also result in reduced emissions along the corridor. In fact, the comprehensive regional health impact analysis shows no regional or cumulative impacts in the South Coast Basin. The 2024 California State Rail Plan also recognized BIG as a transformative project that would provide additional efficiency, resiliency, and reliability. By shifting freight processing inland, BIG reduces truck trips, emissions, and highway congestion. It also supports on-dock rail and improves supply chain resiliency. The State Rail Plan also highlighted BIG as a model for modern freight infrastructure. I'm really proud that the governor also weighed in on our project. BIG is the first transportation-related infrastructure project certified by the governor under SB 149. What does that mean? This designation is reserved for critical infrastructure that advances climate, mobility, and economic goals. It is also one of only 10 transportation projects that will receive this designation. The governor determined that BIG represents a $4 billion private investment in California, would help reduce congestion in port-adjacent communities, improve supply chain reliability, and support the transition to a zero-emission freight system. This certification also recognizes that BIG would support a mode shift from heavy-duty trucks to rail, removing hundreds of thousands of truck miles from the national highway network. The governor further determined that BNSF provided information showing the project would minimize impacts to disadvantaged communities and result in a net reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Overall, BIG is positioned as a long-term investment that will strengthen California's freight infrastructure, support environmental goals, and create lasting economic opportunity. Just want to say thank you for your time tonight. We look forward to continuing to work with the City of Barstow, the residents, local agencies, and residents as this important project moves forward. Thank you.
Lena, all I heard was 800,000 trucks a year. I did the quick math on that. That's 22,000 trucks off of Interstate 15 per day. Yeah. I could get excited about that. I travel up the pass and down the pass 3 to 4 times a week. My name is Brad Merrill. I'm the city engineer for the city of Barstow. I've been the city engineer since 2011, and almost 30 years ago I left the city of Las Vegas to be the community development director, what he is, in Barstow. I graduated from Barstow High, went to Barstow Community College. I'd say I know where the bones are buried in Barstow. So as a city engineer, my job was to make sure all of it works. And it wasn't just me. I have a whole team working with me. But we looked at 2 items here. We're not just talking about the specific plan tonight, but we're talking about the general plan. So the overall plan for Barstow and how it's going to grow and how we're going to meet all the objectives. So we need to not forget that tonight, that we are looking at the general plan too and not just the specific plan for BNSF. See if I can get this thing to work. Awesome. So making sure everything works. So we looked at roads, we looked at the water system, we looked at sewer system. I get excited about that one. And then the storm drain and the electrical system. All these I can get excited about, but let's talk a bit about the roads. So here you can see in the purple a new road in the general plan that goes from Veterans Parkway here behind us across Interstate 15 all the way to Linwood Road. That's one of our goals, and it's adopted. It will be adopted tonight in this general plan so that we can apply for grants to get that crossing over Interstate 15. The new road work too, if you look at Hinckley Road, those that can read maps here, it's on the left here of the highlighted yellow. Hinckley Road will have a brand new crossing over the Mojave River that gets washed out every 10 years. It'll have a brand new 100-year flow bridge that then Hinckley Road will connect to Jasper Road. It won't connect to National Trails Highway. So we'll have a new Hinckley-Jasper Road that runs along the north side of the tracks. West Main is being widened. Linwood Road is being widened. And the other thing that's a key here is, well, there's a brand new city road going through the project. BNSF's going to put all their trucks on that city road. No, there's a bridge going over that city road to keep their trucks off ours. So there's multiple bridges in this project. Water. Go to the next slide here. So I'm a slide behind. This shows you a blow up of what I was talking about, the Hinckley Road going up and over, connecting to Jasper Road, the new bridge on the Mojave River, and Main Street's in the yellow. And then the new entrance to the place will be at Country Club Drive, so it'll be a 4-way intersection into the main unit there. All right, so here we have the off-site sewer. We'll talk about, did I miss the water? Nope. We'll get to it. So the off-site sewer, this is what's great about the off-site sewer, and I can really get excited about it because we are literally building a new sewer on the north side of the tracks. So the existing assessment district sewer is going away, and we have a new one with greater capacity, which opens up not only development for big, but in the general plan, it will open wide open the development out at Outlet Center. All the development out at Outlet Center has been held back because not everybody had connection rights to the sewer. With this new line going in, everybody will have rights and capacity to it with additional capacity. We were also getting a new sewer line crossing the Linwood Channel. If you guys live here long, you know that West Main gets washed out at the Linwood Channel. We lost our trunk line there in the monsoons of 14, which was a mess. Big 22-inch line ruptured. So that is all being replaced. We're getting a new crossing there. On storm drains, let's see if I can get the right slide here. We're back to water now, so let's talk about water. Water is not a city of Barstow responsibility. It is Golden State. They're a public utility. Ours is the oversight working with Golden State. So part of this project is going to drill a new well for Golden State in the good areas where there's really good water in Barstow across the river. That's going to add major trunk lines to West Barstow. There will be water lines now out at Country Club and beyond. These are all improvements that Big will have to build and install and convey to the water company for them to maintain. Let's talk a little bit about drainage, and I need to speed up and shut up here. So the bridge, we're going to have a new bridge over West Main that crosses the Linwood Channel. The Linwood Channel is the blue line you see on this map, and it drains over 138 square miles of the Stoddart Valley, and it drains to the Mojave River, and it goes across West Main. We are going to have multiple bridges on West Main. On Hinckley Jasper Road, we'll have bridges inside the project, all new concrete bridges. No dip sections or Arizona crossings or Texas water crossings that you guys are familiar with. We live with out here in the desert. When it flash floods, you turn around, you don't drown, you don't cross it. So the Mojave River will also have a brand new outlet. So Stoddart Valley, when it flows to West Main and then tries to get to the river, it chokes through a culvert, a bridge on the railroad tracks, and then it spreads into our industrial park, and then it goes everywhere. It's a big floodplain. That'll all be corrected. The last thing I want to talk about, and I'll quit, is this is a blow-up of the Linwood Channel and the new bridge we're having. This is Country Club over here on the left. We actually get a new road to Sweeten Lane. I know Victor Gumbs will be happy about that. He's probably not here tonight. Electrical. This is another one that's just amazing. This project is spending over $200 million and taken from the substation that's just right out our door here, Tortilla Substation, taking a new transmission line all the way out to Country Club Drive and beyond. Over $200 million. Our job is to oversee the engineers on this and make sure they're doing it all the right way. We think we've done a good job on it. I know there's some who say we lack in some areas, but we have done our damnedest to get this thing approved and on the right track. And with that, I will shut up and turn the time over to Genesis Crank, our Economic Development Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. My name is Genesis Crank, and I have the honor of serving as the city's Economic Development Specialist. Today, I will be covering the Environmental Impact Report portion of tonight's presentation, so let's get right into it. The Environmental Impact Report, also known as an EIR, for consideration today, is a combination of a program and project EIR. A program EIR evaluates the general plan from the high-level perspective of policies and programs that would apply to future projects. The project EIR evaluates the Barstow International Gateway Specific Plan, also referred to as the BIG Specific Plan, and the overall development project in detail, recommending project-specific mitigation measures that relate to specific project impacts. Because of the scope of the BIG Specific Plan and the development, the two EIRs were combined into a single document. As noted on the slide, this overall overview, provides some detail of the purpose of the California Environmental Quality Act, also referred to as CEQA. Regardless of the type, the goal of the EIR is to provide information about potential environmental impacts, recommend ways to mitigate those impacts by changing the project, or once informed of the impact, decide that the impacts are acceptable because of the benefits associated with the project. CEQA compliance includes a process that stretches from the notice of preparation through public hearings such as this one. The major milestones are shown here on this slide, starting with the scoping meeting held in early 2024. The release of the draft EIR for public review in late 2025, and the release of the final EIR last month in May. The public input process is a vital component of environmental analysis. It's a required part of CEQA compliance. The scoping meeting detailed here was held in early 2024 to introduce the overall project and obtain input from the public on issues to be addressed in the EIR. The whole of the project being evaluated by the EIR includes updates to the general plan and zoning, the proposed big specific plan, and accompanying documents and agreements, along with subsequent local agency formation commission, also known as LAFCO, actions associated with the proposed annexation. The EIR itself covers a wide variety of topics for both the general plan, the big specific plan, and LAFCO actions. The primary focus is to identify and evaluate proposed change and determine if the proposed change is potentially significant based on unique thresholds set within each topic. If there is no impact or the potential impact is below the threshold, no additional changes or actions are needed, or are even allowed to be required by the city. However, if a potential impact is above the threshold, then the city is obligated to impose feasible strategies and actions that would reduce the project's potential impact below the threshold of significance. These strategies and actions are called mitigation measures. If feasible mitigation measures cannot reduce the impact to less than significant, the city may still act on the project, but must make findings of overriding considerations to do so. Before we dive into the next few slides covering those specific mitigation measures, it is important to again note that the general plan is a policy covering the entirety of the city limits, and the plan itself helps to provide a long-term framework or blueprint to help guide future development that is not yet clearly defined, nor proposed, through the year 2048, prompting broad mitigation approaches specific to the general plan and its specific impacts. The big specific plan, however, is a development project that is well-defined, has known project features, and a defined project area. There are many green elements to the project. The entire project was evaluated for environmental impact, and mitigation measures have been established for impacts found to be significant. Both the project and the mitigation measures are included within the development agreement and approvals of the project. With that, you'll find in the following slides displayed required mitigation measures and strategies for the general plan, the big project, and findings of impacts for each. Our first mitigation measure is going to be on the topic of aesthetics. Aesthetics refers to visual changes such as lighting or glare from large-scale development. Within the general plan, future developments, whether residential, commercial, or industrial, would prompt installations and additions of lighting. The big project and development of requires installations of lighting that have been included in the analysis. However, there are mitigation measures and approaches that will be imposed, such as those noted here, for both the general plan and the specific plan. Although with the implementation of feasible mitigation measures and strategies, aesthetic impacts for both the general plan and big would be considered significant and unavoidable, as those reference visual changes cannot be fully screened or mitigated over time, especially at night. Our next topic focuses on agricultural and forestry resources. As the big project and its project area is defined and has been analyzed, impacts to agricultural and forestry resources are deemed less than significant as it does not conflict with agricultural zoning, and farmland preservation. The general plan again references development that would occur citywide. Due to this, impacts to the agricultural and forestry resources would be significant and unavoidable, prompting strategies such as avoiding development on land designated as prime farmland, and others referenced here. Our next topic is air quality. Development of both the general plan and construction and operation of BIG would generate emissions that exceed thresholds even after applying feasible mitigation. Construction of proposed and future developments could impact air quality. Increases in population, in turn increasing car and vehicular traffic, could impact air quality. And for certain developments, operations could impact air quality, prompting strategies such as technical assessments or health risk assessments. With the big development project, with implementation of the feasible air quality mitigation measures, impacts remain significant and unavoidable. For the general plan, with implementation of feasible mitigation approaches, the impacts would remain significant and unavoidable. However, future developments would be closely evaluated against local, regional, and state air quality standards, and where required, prompted to meet or complete mitigation strategies as noted here. On to our next topic, cultural resources. Development, or simply put, the movement of dirt during tasks such as site grading, could permanently alter or destroy unknown or significant historic or archaeological resources, despite surveys and documentation, highlighting that locating these resources can be challenging to predict or identify ahead of construction. Future developments under the general plan could require preparation of a project-level historical or archaeological resources assessment. The big project mitigation measures will require on-site archaeological and tribal monitors during construction, training of construction workers on procedures if resources are encountered, along with other noted measures. Although, with implementation of feasible mitigation measures and approaches, impacts would remain significant and unavoidable for the general plan and BIG. Next topic focuses on geology, soils, and mineral resources. Future developments under the general plan could prevent access to mineral resources which cannot be replaced or mitigated. And due to the inability to replace these resources, there is no feasible mitigation, placing impacts under the general plan within the significant and unavoidable category. Impacts to geology, soils, and mineral resources under the big project equate to less than significant with mitigation. On to greenhouse gas emissions. Under the general plan, citywide growth increases emissions beyond targets with long-term reductions being unable to fully offset increases. With the implementation of mitigation strategies, impacts would be significant and unavoidable for the general plan, prompting city measures such as the creation of a qualified climate action plan and requiring implementation of project-specific measures to be imposed upon future developments. BIG, with the implementation of the project and the air quality and energy mitigation measures, result in a reduction of GHG emissions, reducing GHG emissions to less than significant with mitigation. Our next topic is noise and vibration. Noise and vibration can be generated through various things, such as construction, traffic, and population increases. More development, operational noise, vehicles on the roads, and people occupying in the area can increase noise and vibration. For both the general plan and big project, with implementation of feasible mitigation measures and strategies, impacts remain significant and unavoidable for the general plan and big. The general plan and mitigation strategies surrounding noise and vibration would, for example, limit hours of construction and consider use of sound wall barriers when feasible. The big project requires a construction noise plan, construction of 2 noise barriers, and other measures as noted here. On to the topic of transportation. Vehicle miles traveled from projected growth exceeds thresholds defined within the EIR. Vehicle miles traveled, also known as VMTs, Measure the total miles driven by all vehicles in a specific region over a given period. An increase in population, drivers and commuters would increase VMTs. Increases in community members driving to and from work or personal activities would increase VMTs, prompting no feasible mitigation, with impacts remaining significant and unavoidable for the general plan. Following analysis of the big specific plan, impacts would be less than significant on the topic of transportation, as this is a rail-based industrial project, with far fewer trucks than would be anticipated for a traditional warehouse project. It is also important to note many of the people in the new jobs created will live locally, further reducing VMTs. Tribal cultural resources is our next topic. And as noted, culturally significant, tribal resources may be accidentally disturbed, more particularly during construction of developments, and cannot always be preserved, even with mitigation. Future developments proposed under the general plan would be subjected to the noted mitigation strategies, aiding in the preservation of tribal cultural resources and potential discoveries made on development sites. The BIG project requires specific mitigation measures on the topic of tribal cultural resources, such as those noted here. Native American tribes have been contacted and consulted through this process and will continue close coordination with BNSF. Impacts on this topic under both the general plan and BIG are considered to be significant and unavoidable. On to our next topic, utilities. Plainly put, the growth under the general plan and BIG will prompt the need for more infrastructure and utilities. For BIG, there are a number of defined mitigation measures throughout the EIR that would reduce impact on future development related to construction of additional infrastructure. Similar to BIG, the general plan carries mitigation approaches to assist with mitigating impacts. Similar to other topics noted today, future development and the need for additional infrastructure to accommodate development would be closely evaluated ahead of construction or formal project reviews to ensure proper mitigation strategies and careful planning for utility additions. Impacts on this topic for the general plan and BIG are considered to be significant and unavoidable due to construction impacts, not the inability to provide services. All right, you all survived all of those topics. Now on to the overall project objectives. Consideration of the alternatives to a project are an essential part of the environmental evaluation. The intent of alternatives is to reduce or eliminate one of the significant impacts disclosed in the EIR. Each alternative is compared to project objectives. In this instance, there are objectives for both the general plan and the big specific plan. It is important to note that alternatives may also have impacts. The project alternatives evaluated in the EIR are summarized here with both the advantages and disadvantages. As required by CEQA, the EIR identifies an environmentally superior alternative. For the general plan, the general plan reduced development alternative was considered environmentally superior. And for the big specific plan, the West Transload Center alternative was considered environmentally superior. CEQA does not require the city to select the environmentally superior alternative, but does require findings to override any significant and unavoidable impacts. The portion of the EIR that covers the general plan is conservative in that it assumes that for many of the environmental topics, a significant and unavoidable impact could occur because we do not know the types of future projects. There is simply a wider range of future projects the general plan could allow that may have impacts. The portion of the EIR that covers the big specific plan development has fewer significant and unavoidable impacts because there is a real project with detail that can be used to develop project-specific mitigation reducing impacts. As I mentioned before, CEQA allows the city to balance the significant and unavoidable impacts disclosed in the EIR against the benefits of the project. If the city makes written findings that the benefits outweigh the potential environmental impacts, the city can still approve the project. However, all mitigation measures and conditions, all mitigation measures are conditions of approval, are still required and monitored by the city as part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program adopted with the project. This particular slide provides an overview of the types of EIR comments. After the city released the draft EIR in late 2025, we received many comments, many in support and others that expressed concerns and asked questions regarding the analysis. All comments were responded to in detail in the final EIR. During preparation of the response to comment, we also made refinements to the EIR and attachments and provided information to support our responses. Again, this highlights the comments received, that 2,052 showing the overall total of comments received during that draft EIR public review period. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mrs. Clayton to wrap up the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Genesis. I will present an overview of the proposed annexations, financing, and next steps. The purpose of a city annexation is a process where a city expands its boundaries to include an adjacent unincorporated land. After annexation, the unincorporated area becomes part of the city and is subject to its laws, taxes, and governance. The Big Specific Plan includes 2 proposed annexations for the city and for the Barstow Fire Protection District. As shown on this map, the project area in purple, the Big Specific Plan, covers both city and unincorporated county jurisdictions. You can see the upper, and I don't know if you can read this because the print is small, but the upper portion with the almost black darkest line that's slightly dotted is the city jurisdiction, and the lower part of the purple area with a orangish, light orange dotted line is the unincorporated area. So again, the project covers both city and unincorporated area, which is the primary factor in proposing the annexations. With the project crossing 2 jurisdictions, it would be very challenging to provide public safety and infrastructure services governed by 2 separate jurisdictions. First, the first annexation, the proposed city annexation, is comprised of, as you see here, Area A and Area B. Area A is the total, the purple area in the county unincorporated area, and Area B, which is also, again, hard to see on this, but you can see in the bottom lettering that says Area B to avoid creating an unincorporated island, is a very small area just outside of the project, as depicted by the red dotted lines. Again, I apologize that this is might be hard to see. The reason to extend beyond the project and include Area B is that area would become what is referred to, as stated here, an unincorporated island, as that area would nearly be surrounded by city, becoming an island as it relates to providing the jurisdictional services. The second annexation is the proposed Barstow Fire Protection District annexation, which would similarly be beneficial in having one fire agency provide fire safety services to the project area rather than 2 separate agencies. If the project is approved, an application would be submitted to the Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO, for evaluation of this annexation. That is a process of about 6 to 9 months, so that does take some time. The major factors considered include the city services and administrative efficiency. An annexation simplifies governance by eliminating the overlapping jurisdictions, standardizing regulations and zoning ordinances, and would extend the services of fire protection, police and public safety, water and sewer systems, and roads and street maintenance, to name a few. Major financial impacts on the city include both increased tax revenue, but that does come with a higher cost to provide those services to that area, that new area that could be annexed into the city. The new revenues include property taxes, unitary taxes, development fees, business license fees, and the ancillary revenues that come with the temporary construction, if approved, with the revenues of sales tax, gas tax, and hotel TOT revenue. The higher service costs are primarily associated with the addition of police and firefighters, which enhance public safety. The total projected property tax, I should say, alone at full build-out is $9.9 million, which includes revenues generated not only for the city, but it includes revenues for the school district and education, the Barstow Community College, the Barstow Cemetery District, Mojave Water Agency, and Mojave Desert Resource Conservation. The increased revenue to the city does exceed the costs to provide services to the area, leaving a $2.6 million surplus. The financial impacts and potential benefits to the city and community include, again, better police and fire response, access to city utilities, higher property values, more development options, and improved infrastructure. Now, those revenues that are projected will not be immediate. This projection is, again, at full build-out, but the immediate impacts will be noticeable during the construction period. When the city receives the one-time revenue for development impact fees and permit fees, and again, those ancillary revenues that I mentioned regarding sales tax and gas tax for people that are here local during the construction period and spending their time at lunch, after work, before work, and getting gas and so forth. What does this project mean for the city? The total estimated jobs for this project is a high number, but it includes direct, indirect, and induced jobs throughout the region in addition to other jobs statewide in that larger number that BNSF provided earlier. This depicts the local direct jobs that are demonstrated. The estimated jobs during construction is over 8,000 jobs over the total construction period. As BNSF presented earlier, they have signed project labor agreements to ensure union labor for construction. After construction, the initial jobs are estimated to be over 3,500 at project completion. BNSF is working with the college to provide a training program, as mentioned earlier, to meet the specific needs of the new employers coming in for the big project. Future jobs are estimated within 5 years of the completion of the job, which also estimate over 4,000 additional jobs. This is a major benefit to Barstow and its surrounding communities. To give a little bit of information on the development agreement and those key development, the key agreements for commitments to the community. The development impact fees are approximately $49 million that will provide the funding mechanism to pay for the infrastructure and equipment needed to serve the project area. The environmental commitments that BNSF presented earlier include the replacement of the switchers at the existing Barstow yard with a 99% cleaner Tier 4 switchers, the use of renewable fuels for the entire fleet, zero-emission electric cranes and cargo equipment, and a 140-acre solar farm, to name a few of those commitments. The substantial infrastructure improvements to street, sewer, and water, a purchase of a new fire ladder truck, and maintenance equipment for the drainage facilities, and the increased tax base and values to the city and community. The last point I'd like to make is just going back to the importance of the governor's certification, the SB 149 judicial streamlining certification of this project, is a demonstration that it is environmentally supported by the governor and the state of California, and an internationally monumental project to reduce truck and freeway traffic and improve U.S. supply chain and distribution. With that, that concludes staff's presentation, and I will turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Clayton. We'll now open the public hearing at 6:20 p.m. Madam Clerk, please give instruction for the public comment prior to calling up the names.
Yes, Mayor. To prepare for public comments, we will now review the public comment procedures. Speaker names for the next 5 speakers will be displayed on the screen. As your name appears, please make your way to the designated speaker area located on the right side of the Performing Arts Center auditorium. Each speaker will be provided with 2 minutes to address the council. If you are not at the designated speaker area, your name will be called 3 times before moving to the next speaker. If you miss your turn and still wish to speak, you will need to complete and submit a new speaker request card before the end of the public hearing, and you will be placed at the end of the speaker line. We respectfully ask all speakers and attendees to remain courteous and respectful throughout the meeting. Thank you. Our first speaker is Ms. Rose Beardshire.
Hello, can you hear me? Good evening, Mayor and council members. I serve on the Board of Directors for the Newberry Springs Chamber of Commerce as their treasurer and official government liaison. In my 50 years as a resident of both Barstow and Newberry Springs, I have never been more hopeful about our region's future. For decades, our area was managed with a Lone Ranger mentality that limited our growth. Those days are gone. Today, I'm incredibly impressed by this council's foresight, particularly in bringing on a professional city manager equipped to handle complex corporate and county negotiations. We are finally seeing the power of true regional partnership. The collaboration with San Bernardino County on the big project, combined with the county's current investment in the greater Barstow region economic development strategy, proves what is possible when we pool our resources to support and attract major corporate investment. Our Newberry Springs Chamber stands in full support of the BNSF big project. We understand that Barstow's economic health directly impacts the surrounding unincorporated communities. For too long, outlying areas have been overlooked, but this unified approach ensures that the entire region rises together. This partnership bridges the gap between city lines and rural communities, creating a sustainable economic engine for the high desert. Thank you, City Council, for your leadership, your professionalism, and your commitment to a vision that lifts us all up together. We look forward to working alongside you.
E.T. Snell, clown community activist. Poverty rate in Barstow is double the state and national. We need this project, but let's fix the deadly infrastructure first. No matter how you shirk your responsibility, blame, jurisdiction, or control, you can table the EIR and fix the road. Wealthy neighbors fix the infrastructure first. San Bernardino County Transit Authority and Caltrans 8, which coincidentally our mayor sits on that board, is in conflict of interest. He has deliberately and maliciously diverted infrastructure money from fixing the deadly highway to fixing roads near the facility. EIR says the financially strapped Bright Line Rail will be supported by transit agencies, so we will not need to fix the deadly highway. That's a false narrative. It won't be finished until 2030. So what do? Count the dead babies until 2030? My goal today is simple. One, save the children, because without children, clowns will be out of business. It's simple. Put the EIR on hold and fix the infrastructure of one of the deadliest highways, or allow many more deaths. Common sense in protecting innocent children has no place in this camp tonight. This council has pulled some really bonehead moves, and I remember trying to publicly speak about the city manager and her drunk driving August 30th, 2025. It was not allowed. Let's not screw the pooch once again and put Barstow at the bottom of the toilet. Whoever approves this project today will hopefully be looking for a new seat and recall. Folks, you know, it's really sad that this EIR, and I appreciate the honesty of BNSF, it does not mention the road from Barstow to State Line. That's a deadly highway. Children die all the time. You put a bunch of trucks on there, you're going to have...
Your time is up. Thank you.
John Hill. To the general plan in the downtown center. Small art is right now called signage, and you have to have a permit for signage to get small art created. I'd ask that that be changed so that small art can be art and go through the process of small art. I hope the Arts Bridge for the First Avenue might be built. That was tore down during the...
Mr. Hill, are you speaking on the...
I'm speaking to the general plan in the downtown center.
That's
and then I
not
had other
agendized,
points
Mr.
that
Hill.
relate.
I need you to tie it into the agendized item, Mr. Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The general plan in downtown center, I thought of a monorail project would be neat for Barstow Arts District to the Victorville Arts District. As far as public safety, there's an open mine shaft on Hinckley Road. I was there on a bicycle. I found it. I reported it to the BLM. They have the information. To the cultural resources, tribal cultural resource issue you had, I have discoveries that link Barstow's Buzzard Rock to Angkor Wat, Stonehenge, Vatican City, and the Giza Pyramids. It would be really interesting to know, as you're talking about the mitigations involved in that you keep an eye out for those. I'm published in Ancient American Magazine and Ancient Origins. John Prince was a president of the Victor Valley Gem and Mineral Club as far as the mineralogical resources that you're talking about. He was very interested in a possibility of looking at the stone that might be unearthed in the digs itself, for the possibility of going through that and bringing through jaspers and all kinds of other stones. And he works with the Victor Valley Gem and Mineral Club. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Silva, council members, and staff, especially staff. They need to get credit for all the hard work they do on these big projects, so I want to include them. My name is Brad Porres. I've served as the Executive Director for the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District for the past 10 years, and I have over 33 years of air quality experience in Southern California. The district has reviewed the draft and final EIR for the general plan update and BIG, including the responses on a range of air quality comments. The district appreciates the city's consideration and resolution of the comments raised by the district on the draft EIR. The district concurs with the analysis and findings for the general plan update and the BIG project as presented in these documents. From the district's perspective, the city has required and BNSF has agreed to implement all feasible air quality mitigation measures. Not only would BIG improve the job housing balance within the district, but it's just as important, it will reduce traffic pressure and thereby also reduce vehicle emissions on the critical Cajon Pass, which is a major heavy-duty truck and passenger corridor. Finally, I want to commend BNSF for voluntarily agreeing to enter into a cooperative agreement and a subsequent MOU with my district that requires BNSF to replace 15 existing Barstow Yard switcher locomotives with 6 Tier 4 locomotive engines on or before the first day of rail operations at BIG. These agreements, along with the zero emissions and near zero emission technology being implemented as part of the project, will result in cumulative overall air quality improvements by directly reducing emissions in our air basin. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I'm available if the
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents. My name is Joseph Brady. I'm proud to be a 38-year resident of the High Desert region. I'm proud to have owned multiple companies within this great city, Coalmaker, Golden West Real Estate Alliance Management Group. We are the builders of Barstow Highlands, and I'm proud to be the master developer behind the shops and Spanish Trail. So tonight's really a big night. Tonight, sitting in heaven watching this meeting are many leaders that have come before us that would be so happy to come together tonight for what I consider to be the city's most important meeting ever. Former mayors and council members Barney Keller, Helen Runyon, Katie Yeasless-Yent, Lawrence Dale, Robert Hartwick, Jim Gilliam, Paul Christian, Al Virgil, Margot Sines, and Mal Wessel. They're all sitting up in heaven tonight watching this. This is the biggest meeting that this city, I think, has ever had. I'd also like to take my hat off and thank some people that I know have worked really, really hard. Lena Kent, Mike Lewis, Jeanette Hayhurst, and the chairman of BNSF, Katie Farmer. Thanks for your support here. Also, there's some great agencies that have been a part of this. Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District, Brad, which is here. Mojave Water Agency, Lahontan Regional Water Quality Board, Barstow Chamber of Commerce, Eugene, you do a great job. Barstow Community College, Dr. Bagg, you're the best. Barstow Hospital, the city of Victorville, their mayor and their city council, thousands of Barstow residents and others who have submitted letters on support of BIG, and most importantly, I think the action that our governor took with SB 149. PlaceWorks, Kimberly Horn, and of course, Brad Merrill and Merrill Johnson Engineering. The point that I think we see tonight is something I think we want to see across America. You know, Republicans, Democrats getting together and working towards a common bond.
Thank you. That was your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Romana Evett is our next speaker. Romana Evett. Last call for Romana Evett. Our next speaker then is Ben Pratt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Pratt. I currently serve as Vice President of IBEW Local 477. We are the electricians and power professionals of San Bernardino, Inyo, and Mono counties. Roughly half of our members reside in the high desert, all the way from Hesperia to State Line, all the way out to 29 Palms. First, I would like to thank Mayor Silva for always picking up the phone when we call and hearing what's on our minds and engaging with us. I would also like to thank Ms. Kent and everybody over at Santa Fe for your commitment to skilled and trained labor on this project, ensuring that the citizens of Barstow and the taxpayers are going to get the best bang for their buck. And also, I want to thank our friends at Barstow Community College for your partnership. Constantly we hear the narrative that these are temporary jobs. I urge everybody in this room to view these as apprenticeship opportunities. And what apprenticeship opportunities are a springboard to the middle class for those who receive them. IBW is committed to true partnership with the city of Barstow and the community college to ensure that those apprenticeship opportunities go to people right here in Barstow. I brought two of my colleagues with me tonight that will be explaining what that partnership looks like going forward. And again, I just want to thank this council, this city, for the thorough job that you have done and for the many opportunities that you have given for public engagement. And I would also just like to add that I am a part of these processes quite a bit in my line of work, and rarely have I seen anything as thorough as this. So thank you for your engagement and your cooperation. Have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Dina Martel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is not a question of whether someone supports this project or opposes it. It's a question of impact. Tonight, you're looking at using Statement of Overriding Considerations, which is acknowledging that significant environmental impacts remain and cannot be fully mitigated. The EIR does not say those impacts disappear. It says they are significant and unavoidable. For residents like mine closest to this project, those impacts begin on day one, not years from now, not in the future, day one. The air pollution, freight activity, noise, lighting, and disruption become an immediate reality for the people living nearest to this development. But what starts at this project site doesn't stay at this project site. It will migrate. It will come to Barstow. And it will come to the Heights, and it will come to all of the other nice communities. Over time, this will continue to expand throughout Barstow. As freight activity grows, industrial development expands, traffic increases, and the character of this community changes. Whether someone supports this or does not change the facts. It doesn't eliminate the impacts, and whether someone supports this project or not doesn't relieve the council of its responsibility to honestly acknowledge who will bear the burden. We're being told this project represents Barstow's future. But Barstow has been a railroad town for generations. If expanding freight activity guaranteed prosperity, why are we still being asked to accept significant and unavoidable impacts in exchange for promises of future benefits? Tonight's decision is not simply about approving a project, it's about deciding what impacts are acceptable, who will live with them, and what kind of community Barstow will come. I ask you to focus not on promises, but on the impacts, because long after tonight's vote, those impacts remain, and my community is directly affected. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, and staff, I'm Julie Hackbarth, former mayor of the city of Barstow, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of support of this general plan update. As our community looks for the future, it is critical that the plan fully recognizes and prepares for the transformational project of the BNSF Big Project. This investment represents one of the most significant economic development opportunities in Barstow's history and has the potential to reshape our city for generations to come. The general plan has a clear framework for managing the growth that will accompany this, including planning, transportation, infrastructure, public safety, and our college prepares for the workforce development. The quality of life amenities that will support both current and future residents and the new jobs and the economic activity the project is expected to bring. At the same time, growth must be balanced and protected with the character of our community, and ensuring that the benefits of the development are shared throughout Barstow should be intentional about creating opportunities for local businesses and attracting new investment and preparing our workforce so that Barstow residents and the position to benefit directly from this historic project. The general plan is our roadmap to the future, and by adopting it and moving it forward, we are looking to make sure that Barstow stays a strong, vibrant community for decades to come. Thank you to the City of Barstow, to all the staff, to the council members, and to the mayor for moving this project forward. This has been a long time coming. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the staff, the city council, our mayor, and everyone who's worked so hard on this project. You have done the hard thing. You guys are very brave. And I've been very proud to be a citizen of Barstow for 68 years. Well, in September, 68 years. And but I can't even think of any other time that I've been as proud as this. I've been a citizen when things happened that we didn't think Barstow could come back from. When they closed Fort Irwin, when they closed the Harvey House, and they changed everything with Santa Fe. Remember how everybody freaked out over the classification yard, and when they closed 3 elementary schools, closed a high school, and then there's just so many of them. And of course, the big, kerfuffle over the new bridge that everybody, I think, pretty much loves as much as I do. Anyway, I didn't have anything else to add. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm in support of you, and thank you.
Sorry, I'm short. Good afternoon or evening. I appreciate you guys listening to this. So I have 5 questions for the staff. You guys don't have to answer them, whatever. One is, why are we taking Hinckley Road out from going across the railroad tracks? I'm a first responder. That cuts down my response time to that side of Route 66. It adds an extra 25 minutes. I drove it today just to find out. Second one is, why are you guys not including a lot of these communities? We're going to say Sylvan, Silver Lakes, Hinckley, all of them. You guys are looking for Barstow, and I understand that, but we're also part of your communities. If Santa Fe doesn't put a bridge over Vista in Silver Lakes, my nearest help is Barstow, and if they're not available, I do not get no help for an hour. You guys need to think about that. The other thing is you guys are doing a great job. I'm all for this. I've lived here for almost 60 years. My grandparents have been here since the early 50s. I've seen Barstow grow, and I've seen Barstow shrink. I want to see Barstow grow more. But I think as a city council and all that you guys need to look at the surrounding areas and think about your first responders having to get to these areas. It could be somebody's life. It could be your life. You got to remember that. Right now, where I live in Hinckley. I'm the only firefighter EMT that's out there. I rely on Barstow and Silver Lakes for help all the time. And if you guys prolong that, it's going to cost somebody dearly. And you said that the Hinckley River Bridge keeps washing out. It's not Hinckley River Bridge, it's Linwood Road. Hinckley River Bridge has not washed out in 46 years. I've lived there all my life.
Thank you. That was your time.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and the staff of the City of Barstow. My name is Anne Marie Hammond. I'm a longtime resident of the City of Barstow and a realtor here for 3 decades. And I'm in strong support of the Barstow International Gateway Project and the new general plan. For years, we've talked about bringing more jobs and investment to Barstow. This project gives us an opportunity to do exactly that. It means economic growth, new opportunities for local families, and a strong future for our city. As a realtor, I see people all the time and talk to them, and they want good jobs, thriving business, and new homes, and a reason to stay and invest in Barstow. This project makes that happen, makes it possible. I also believe the future of Barstow should be shaped by the people who live here and work here and play here and raise their families here. We care about the environment, and I believe that this project will improve the lives of all SoCal residents as it cuts down on them trucks on our freeways. We care about creating opportunities for our residents and our future generation right here. This project is a chance for Barstow to move forward. We are the gateway. I encourage the City Council to support and approve this project. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here to say 3 things in regards to BNSF's big project, and we'll lay them out accordingly. First, BNSF's final environmental impact report is a joke. It fails to address full rail electrification efforts, which have been proven to be a viable option at no extra cost over a locomotive lifespan to this billion-dollar corporation by existing scholarship. It also fails to provide mitigation for Sylvan Avenue community members whose air quality, water quality, and quality of life will be majorly impacted. And it fails to address mitigations for the Silver Lakes Hallandale community, whose main point of ingress-egress is at risk of being blocked by miles-long trains during states of emergency. Just because they're outside the city doesn't mean their lives don't matter. Second, Barstow is already built around the rail. Named after the former president of the Santa Fe Railway, already having an existing intermodal yard like mentioned, I ask, why is it that BNSF is hailed as some kind of saint meant to bring this community out of economic depression? If BNSF is so great, why hasn't Barstow already reaped the supposed economic benefits? Why is Barstow still a dilapidated embarrassment compared to the rest of the high desert? Lastly, the class divide is so obvious in hearing other citizens of the city speak. It's incredibly selfish to celebrate your properties going up in value because of this project, while my rent will only get more expensive. It's selfish to admit that this increase means you'll eventually sell your homes and leave Barstow after the environmental fallout. I would say I can't wait to say we told you so, but y'all will be long gone anyway. Disappointed but not surprised. Council, you must reject the FEIR for the sake of so many neighbors' health and well-being. Just because this project brings money doesn't mean it brings good health and prosperity. Thank you.
Fast announcement before the next speaker. We do have a talented court reporter or recorder here. However, you must speak slowly. It takes time to get the message. So that was the interruption that you heard there. Please speak slowly.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Barstow Mayor and City Council members. My name is Julie Liu, and I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We are here tonight in support of the Barstow International Gateway Project. I understand the environmental concerns surrounding this project, and I believe those concerns deserve serious attention. At the same time, I believe responsible growth and environmental stewardship can exist together. California already has some of the strictest environmental and workplace regulations in the country, and projects like this must undergo, obviously, extensive review. As a union carpenter in Southern California, I am grateful for the strong safety standards, training programs, and labor protections that allow workers to build stable careers. Because of those opportunities, many tradesmen and women have been able to support themselves and our families through honest work, contribute to our communities, and build a better future. Livable wages, health care, retirement benefits, safety standards, and apprenticeship programs create stability not only for workers but for the entire community. But those opportunities only exist when projects and investments create jobs in the first place. Barstow has long been an important transportation hub, and this project represents a significant investment in the future of this community and its workforce. Thank you, City of Barstow and BNSF, for the hard work and long-term vision of this project in so many ways. For those reasons, on behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, we respectfully and strongly support the approval of the Barstow International Gateway Project. Thank you very much for your time.
I know you all just sat down, but all of our lovely union workers, I do ask that you stand again, because my name is Wesley. I'm with the Holiday Inn Express in Barstow, and we stand with you. We know what you guys do. We see what you do, building hotels, building railroads, building our homes, building our future. And this is what BIG stands for, is our future. Is there anything that we can give our kids, our future in Barstow right now, aside from hope with this project? No, there isn't. We continue to have poverty well beyond the threshold for the high desert over here in Barstow. So the only way to do that is we have to mitigate the issues. I'm sorry, no project is perfect. There are going to be issues with this project and not everyone's going to be happy. But at the end of the day, we have to think about how much is it going to benefit all of us together. We work together. We live together. We stand together. So think about the children. Think about what you're leaving them. There are no jobs if we don't have any jobs.
Our next speaker is Sally Arnett. Sally Arnett. Last call, Sally Arnett. Next speaker is Ryan Calbreth.
Hey everybody, Ryan Calbreth with the United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers. Got cut off at the Planning Commission hearing, so consider this a part two. You may recall I made some really excellent points. Everyone was laughing and clapping. And made up, basically the irony that a town where I would be surprised if, 20, 30% of residents here pulled the lever for Gavin Newsom. Probably a lot of enthusiasm for his recall election in 2021. And now we're all singing his praises because they're accelerating a project for a multi-billion-dollar company owned by one of the richest men ever to live. It's pretty sad and ironic. I identified the unholy alliance between Wall Street, BNSF, the real estate sector here, and the local politicians who are acting as their puppets to force this thing through without an accurate and legally abiding environmental impact report. This is an international project. It's an international gateway. People from down the hill 100% have a say in it. I hate to break it to you. We're all connected. We're all neighbors. I'd be willing to bet many of our trades representatives here don't live in Barstow themselves, and that's fine. That's good. We're all in a connected community, but you got to just recognize the nature of the work here. Yeah, this is going to completely change the lives of hundreds of people who live immediately around this project on day one, and you all are, I'm guessing, going to rubber stamp this flawed environmental impact report and condemn those people to completely have their lives turned upside down. And I have a 6-word political philosophy for the people who think this won't impact them. It will come to your door. So it's going to start there day one and spread to the rest of the...
Thank you. That is your time.
Good evening, City Council. Oh, sorry. My name is Jose Pina, and I'm here representing CARE, California. We are here tonight to support the Barstow International Gateway project. The approval on this massive project will have both short-term and long-term positive impacts on the Barstow community and on the entirety of California for decades to come. From the creation of thousands of jobs to the reduction of traffic on Southern California roadways, this project stands to be the first step in the future growth of our state. We need projects like this one to move us into a prosperous future and to build the economy of tomorrow. Because of all these benefits and so many more, we support the project and seek your yes votes on it tonight. In fact, the city's own logo is that of a train marching forward. There is no project that represents this city better than this one. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Brown. I live in the Sylvan community. The reason I'm talking, I know there's been a lot of talk about environment here, but I'm going to just talk about my environment, my community where my people live. We looked through this FEIR and we looked for mitigations for our area. We asked for a sound wall, we asked for some turn lanes into our community. We don't see any of that. And at the last meeting, one of the responses I received back was that a sound wall would only benefit 5 people in our community. Well, I like to disagree because I believe that while 5 people might have gotten maximum benefit, our whole community would benefit from it. I live there. I know how sound travels. I know how things will disrupt our area. At this point, it looks like this project's going to go forward, which is great. I'm for, community development and jobs and everything else. I was hoping that through this process that some mitigations would have been given to us. So at this point, I'm imploring for BNSF to just be good neighbors to us. And I know it's going to cost a lot of money, but give us a sound wall. Cover the sound, cover the light, cover all the trains. It's going to change the way our community looks out there, and that's where we live. We can't turn it off. Once it starts, it's 24/7. Give us something between us and you. Good fences make good neighbors. So be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marco Ortega.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for showing up. I know it's a Tuesday, everybody's working and whatnot. Appreciate all the planning committee members for holding this. And I'm Marco Ortega. I'm living in the High Desert for 25 years. I'm also a proud union worker, Local 433 and Local 416. And this project's going to be everyone's going to benefit from this project. The people that live here are going to have property value go up. The people the youth that live here are going to have good paying jobs for the future. They're going to want to stay in Barstow. And even the people that don't agree with this project are going to have more things to protest against. So everybody's going to benefit from this. And I'm just tired of Barstow being a pit stop for people to get coffee on the way back and forth to Vegas. Barstow is a beautiful city. It should be on the map just like Victorville. And Napa Valley and Adelanto have progressed. This city needs to progress too. And I'm proud to be living here. I'm proud to be a union member. God bless America, God bless Barstow, and God bless the Union. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jason Shefts.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason, spelled completely. I'm here tonight to express support for the, we're definitely asking for a yes vote from the council tonight. I represent over 1,000 members, a large part of which all live throughout the high desert. Almost none of them work in their local communities. They all travel for work. A job of this size would put hundreds of my brothers and sisters to work. Not only would it help support their families and pay their benefits, it would open up so many opportunities for apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is what the union trades live for. It's what we do. It's how we build these communities, by creating these well-trained and well-paid jobs for our youth and our communities in general. Our skilled and trained members are ready to build the highest quality project and move Barstow and Southern California into a booming economic future. And I hope that we see this project move forward and get more and more of our local community members into apprenticeships and well-paid and well-trained jobs. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for all the hard work, all the staff's hard work that's been done on this. I'd also like to thank BNSF for making a commitment to skilled and trained labor. My name is Jason Becker. I'm a business representative for Operating Engineers Local 12. More importantly, I'm a High Desert resident. I have been for almost 20 years. I represent thousands of members that live in the San Bernardino County desert communities and mountains. The skilled and trained workforce that you're going to bring in when you approve this project and approve these zoning changes is something that nobody else in this country can say they have. We have the best construction workers in the United States. Not only that, the opportunities for our children that maybe aren't capable of college, don't want college, want to work with their hands, want something else to do, this project is going to give our children the opportunity to come into building trades as well, as our new apprentices are apprentices of tomorrow. In the building trades, we're a lot like the military. We like to give each other a hard time, just like the other branches of service do in the military. But when it comes to what's important and putting quality infrastructure in America, we come together and we get the job done. The city of Barstow has the opportunity to show the rest of the high desert something that they're afraid to look at, what union labor brings to the table. Completing projects on time, on budget, sometimes under budget, and not allowing these fly-by-night companies to come in, undercut the workforce by committing wage theft, and taking that money out of state. When this project gets built by skilled and trained labor, the rest of the high desert will see what the union members in the high desert could do for them as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, City of Barstow. As someone living surrounded by this proposed business park, solar farm, and the Barstow International Gateway, the city cannot treat the Sylvan Avenue community close enough to be on the maps, close enough to be discussed in the EIR, to warrant responses to our concerns, yet too far away, too far removed to receive specific enforceable mitigations. Significant and unavoidable impacts, issuing overriding considerations while failing to provide Sylvan Avenue with meaningful, community-specific protections for those of us who are expected to live with the consequences. I ask, public safety, exactly for who? We have participated in every possible scope, town meeting, reaching out to our public officials from Senate to county to state to EPA, just trying to get answers. Political momentum may be aligned, but that only makes it more important to stand firm on what we should have been required from the beginning. Protections, safety for our communities, and real enforcement. We have major maps right in the center of this project. I oppose building the future of this project on neighborhoods that were never fully protected. I thank you for this opportunity to learn and to participate. My perspective has now evolved, and so has my purpose. Again, I ask you, public safety for who? Benefits for who? What about my 100?
Thank you. That was your time. Our next speaker is Timothy Arman.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Timothy Alman. I am with the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 477. Thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight, and just want to speak a little bit about what I bring to the table. I do work with our Veterans Electrical Entry Program. We just had our first graduating cohort back in February here at Barstow Community College. I'm privileged to work with Barstow Community College, to be accepted to the Barstow community with this program, to have a memorandum of understanding with Barstow Community College and with the Marine Corps Logistics Base. We currently operate 7 of these veteran electrical entry programs nationwide. This one in Barstow is the only one that eliminates 100% of the cost of the veteran service member. The model that is being used here in Barstow is setting the standard for the whole nation. With programs like BIG coming in, it expands our opportunity to train more veterans, to deliver them to their homes across the country. Programs like this will affect everyone in the area. I agree. Our service members across the country that are going to come here and train and remember this. To the driving on the roads and the security of our kids, I've heard the comments mentioned, but in a few years my daughter will drive too. Knowing that she's not going to have to dodge semi-trucks doing 80 makes me happy. Thank you for this project. Thank you for bringing it to Barstow. I support and approve it.
Our next speaker is Aaron Dill.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and the esteemed City Council and the City staff. My name is Aaron Dill, and I cover government affairs for SAC Health. I'm proud to represent SAC Health because our commitment to Barstow and to the BIG is real. SAC Health is a faith-based, nonprofit, federally qualified health center that is committed to whole person care, mind, body, and spirit. That means we do more than just treat illness. We work to treat every patient with respect, dignity, especially the individuals and the families who rely on Medi-Cal, Medicaid, and other public coverage for their care. In 2021, IEHP reached out to SAC Health asking us to open a clinic in Barstow. Currently, there are over 17,000 IEHP members in Barstow alone. Combining other communities such as Amboy, Daggett, Newberry Springs, there are over 22,000 Medi-Cal eligible individuals within the northern high desert. SAC Health is seeing just over 5,000, and our only limitation to seeing more is space. SAC Health has made a direct investment in Barstow by purchasing our current facility. We understand that patients need local access to care. They need providers, nurses, medical assistants, behavioral health support, referrals, and patient support staff who understand this community. SAC Health is currently providing care to I'm on the wrong part. To meet the future demands, SAC Health estimates that an expanded service in Barstow could require approximately 90 additional full-time equivalent positions. That includes approximately 46 direct clinical care positions, physicians, advanced practice providers, behavioral health specialists, medical assistants, and LVNs. It also includes approximately 23 local support and operations positions, such as patient service representatives, custodial staff, security, and operations staff. This could result in over $15 million in payroll. Thank you so much for this project. We are in strong support.
Good evening, City Council staff and the general public and neighbors of mine. My concerns is that this project has some problems. There is no firm commitment from BSNF to switch to full electric locomotives. Even if they do so, for hauling up the Cajon Pass, it is clear from the record that even if they do it from LA to Barstow, all engines leaving Barstow to the east will still be diesel electrics. I do not trust the city council to fully monitor BSNF actions. They have proven themselves to be untrustworthy to those people who are residing in Section 7. To improve the electric capacity, the BNSF should mount solar electric on top of the engines. I understand that all City Attorney Matthew Summers and the firm he works for will be the ones to go for answering any future questions. Is this true, City Council? How many years does BNSF have to switch to fully electric engines for this project? I would like to have an answer from the City Council as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing me out this evening. My name is Paul Wilkie. I'm a third-generation Barstonian, seventh-generation Californian. Currently, I am one of 5 generations living in the 92311 zip code. I fully support this project. I'm a former Teamster, Local 166 for 16 years. It's okay, you don't have to stand. I'm a business owner. I've donated, giving several thousands of hours to the local community, coaching sports. Some of the youth that I've coached are represented here this evening. Some of the current law enforcement personnel that are here, those that are working for our fire department. My kids, I have 2 other generations behind me that live here in this city, and I strongly encourage this city council and mayor to fully support the city's general plan, the BNSF big project as it's presented, and recommend actions through this program. I'm also an elected official, Barstow Community College Board of Trustees, and we have a partnership with the IBEW and have successfully graduated trained electrical union preemptive members for the future in our community, and we encourage more of that at Barstow Community College. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate you taking this time to hear us. My name is Paula Peterson. I've been a resident of Barstow for 48 years. I came here as a high school junior because my dad got a job at Yellow Freight, a living wage job at Yellow Freight. He did not have that living wage job before we got here. And Barstow was good to me. I worked for the Public Assistance Social Service Office for 30 years. When I started, there were about 20 of us that issued public assistance to the city residents that needed it. When I left after 30 years, there was more than 50 of us that those people didn't have living wages. The people that we served didn't have living wage jobs. That's why the rolls went up and up and up, and more people were relying on public assistance. And I think this big project will help alleviate that with the living wage job commitment that that all of the other people associated with this have made commitments to this community, because we do need living wage jobs here. We also need health care. I spent 3 hours driving to LA this morning for a doctor's appointment for an orthopedic surgeries that I had last summer. And it's because we didn't have the services here that I needed to help straighten my legs. And I thank the medical professionals down there at Cedars-Sinai and the doctors that helped me through that process. I'm able to walk the streets of Barstow now for exercise, and it makes me feel good that I can walk those streets and feel safe at times in certain areas. Other areas I wouldn't even attempt to walk. But I appreciate you taking the time to hear us, and I support this project because I think we need to grow this community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gregory Temple, and I am a business rep for the IBW Local 477, which is Bernardino's local. And this is actually my backyard also, because we're home to the largest jurisdiction in America, and so this is one of our areas here. I'm a 38-year member, and also, too, I am one of the instructors that train the apprentices that we bring in when we have big projects like this. And what we do in the IBW is we don't come into a town, we help check all the boxes. If there's jobs needed for the younger generation, we help bring those in. We also do check the box. We have justice involvement, justice involved programs, which I'm the director of a ERP program, which is Electrical Reentry Pathway Program, where we take people that are justice involved and we bring them into the apprenticeship program. And so far, in 2 cohorts, we actually brought in 10 people that are actually were justice involved. Some were released as close as 3 years ago, and now they're apprentices inside the IBW. So that's the kind of success stories that we bring into jurisdictions. And I am strongly for this project. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Harris, Jr. I originally came here tonight to, can they hear me? I originally came here tonight to protest the evil machinations of a person terrorizing my neighborhood. But all I've heard here tonight is fluff and obfuscation. Because if you look to the east when you leave here, you'll see a row of white buildings. That's where I was born, on that Marine base in the infirmary. And my dearest memories of my brothers and I and the Eastless brothers running across this desert from stem to stern, we know every piece of it. And so what I failed to hear tonight is how this project is going to destroy the intrinsic beauty of this desert that I love. I haven't heard anything about how, from the original California Air Resources Board report. Why is that? And I know that this city, before we elected the people who destroyed our economic superiority and our discretionary superiority. And the reason that people are out there on the street homeless is because we sent their jobs to China. Unless we send them to China and give them the money to live for 10 years waiting for a job after 600 million Chinese have to get, then we'd be okay. But we need to talk more about this, and most importantly, we need to put off this vote until after the November elections. Because if the Republicans get booted out of office, then the trade with China will diminish incrementally 1 year at a time. So then we'll be stuck with a hole in the ground. Thank you for listening. Please consider what I've said. Good evening.
Our next speaker is Debbie Aguayo. Oh, I'm sorry, Eugene Butici.
Good evening. My name is Eugene Butici, and I represent the Barstow Chamber of Commerce. I want to emphasize that the Barstow Chamber of Commerce fully supports the agenda item concerning the general plan update, which encompasses the vital Barstow International Gateway specific plan. The general plan update is carefully designed to promote sustainable growth. It thoroughly considers, or thoughtfully, considers current zoning, especially in the central to east side of Barstow, with the goal of improving residents' quality of life. Importantly, the plan aims to build upon existing developments rather than creating an entirely new Barstow from scratch. Additionally, the update includes completing several plans initiated before my arrival to Barstow in 1990, demonstrating a commitment to continuity and thoughtful growth. To realize this expansion and achieve these goals, targeted population growth is essential. On the west side of Barstow lies the strategically important Barstow International Gateway specific plan. Santa Fe has a century-long history with Barstow, demonstrating its commitment as a reliable and responsible neighbor. While no business is perfect, the minor issues that arise are outweighed by the numerous benefits and the proven track record of positive partnership. I would also like to recognize BNSF for taking the lead to electrify their portion of the Barstow International Gateway project. Any significant growth inevitably brings environmental and traffic challenges. However, this project has the strong backing of Governor Newsom, a formidable advocate of environmental stewardship. His support underscores the project's commitment to responsible growth. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and audience, residents of Barstow. I'm Debbie Aguayo, and I was employed by Santa Fe BNSF, along with my father and other 4 generations total employed here in Barstow. One of the things that is cemented in your brain when you are an employee, and this is the motto of Santa Fe and carried on to BNSF, is safety first. It is something that we wear, along with the safety glasses, the goggles, everything that we need to go preparing for the position and the jobs. Safety first is not something a slogan that they just say. It is something that they support, and they have every employee follow through with procedures and policies to go to work and to go in and return the way that you went in, all in one piece. It's something that every railroader knows in Barstow, and it's something that their families know as well. So I have confidence that BNSF has done the work, that you all have done the work, because they will not sell short of safety first. It's not just a promotion, it's not a slogan. It's what we breathe when we go down to those terminals, to the yards, to the on the rails, across the deserts. This is something that is carried in with every employee. I feel that this is something that we need to always remember, because the employees down there know their job and they know what they're doing, and the managers know what they're doing. And I believe that this is only going to make Barstow better. We need the jobs. Our children need the jobs. And we just really need this.
Thank you. That was your time.
Hey everybody, my name is Adriana Rizzo. I'm here with California Electric Rail.
Barstow doesn't have to choose between good jobs and clean air if we electrify the big. Electric freight rail with overhead catenary is a proven technology in use over 100 years. India just electrified its entire freight rail network and is buying locomotives from Siemens, which operates a factory right here in California. Electric trains offer more power to get over the passes and reduce BNSF's reliance on oil amidst a global shortage that is skyrocketing diesel prices. Electric trains are more efficient and will increase profits for BNSF. BNSF can be a leader in clean technology by electrifying the big, but the city needs to hold them to it by redoing the ER to ensure that there are real mitigations for the air quality impacts of all the locomotives. On an unrelated note, the lack of mitigations for VMT in the EIR is also concerning. Barstow needs a transit link to the rest of the high desert, as many people will be commuting in from that area. This is something the city and the region needs to plan for. VMT can be mitigated, and it will improves everybody's life to do so. Please rectify these issues in the ER. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Narayan Gopinathan. I'm a doctoral candidate at UCLA's Institute of Environment and Sustainability. I drove here for 4 hours across the Inland Empire through traffic from UCLA because I am the only person who has conducted an economic analysis of this rail corridor from LA to Barstow and back without being paid by BNSF. And I found that this corridor can be done cost effectively, just as profitable for BNSF, using 100% clean electricity. And so to those who support this project and its economic benefits, I want to thank you for your support because I do think this project can be very good. I want the economic benefits, but I also want to have no pollution. I want this project to be done right. I've estimated that air pollution from the locomotives on this rail corridor costs the local communities and the global communities billions of dollars every single year in terms of both greenhouse gases and criteria pollution, the NOx that causes the smog in the Inland Empire. Driving across the Inland Empire, the smog and the traffic and the heat are palpable, and it is clear that we have solutions to this problem. This is not aviation. There is a technology that works to move trains without carbon emissions, which is known as overhead wires. The technology has been around for a century. So as the previous speaker emphasized, we don't have to choose between the economic benefits of this project and having clean air and across the SoCal Air Basin and a stable climate around the world. The more we burn fossil fuels, the more the planet will keep warming and warming and warming. And we also are seeing global economic crisis in the oil markets, and we don't want to rely on geopolitically unstable oil markets. We want the economic benefits of expanded rail corridors, and we want them to not rely on diesel fuel. And so to the folks at BNSF, I urge you to do this project right. To the folks if you expand your solar panels, then you can run the trains using your own electricity. To the folks...
Thank you. That was your time.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Cardenas.
We're going to hold on the next speaker. We're going to take a 5-minute break right now, without objection. Okay, we'll now continue with the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jennifer Cardenas. Jennifer Cardenas. Last call, Jennifer Cardenas. Our next speaker is Sharon Mabin.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Mabon, and I represent one of the about 6,000 residents of the Hellendale Silver Lakes area. Now, in the EIR, significant and unavoidable was a phrase we heard as Ms. Genesis eloquently spoke. We heard it repeatedly. Just because it flowed off her tongue smoothly in a polished manner does not give me any comfort or reassurance as to any of the positive or safe results. Now, my friends here from the Sylvan Avenue area, are worried that they will be impacted by excess vibration and noise levels. The chain link fence proposed by BNSF will do nothing to aid their noise or vibration levels. I ask that you reconsider a proper wall. Now, I thank Lux Marquez and Pitts Lauren, the first responder, for mentioning the safety needs of a bridge or a grade separation on the Vista Road in Hellendale to reach Station 4, one of the local fire stations that's critical to the safety of this whole area. And I would like to bring up the fact that several years ago, allotted funding from San Bernardino County that was meant for a multi-phase bridge and road improvement in my area was suddenly reapportioned to Linwood for the Main Street overpass. And now I see that additional improvements are planned to that same overpass, and that disturbs me. And apparently my community is not important, but I would like to publicly
Thank you. That was your time.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Renee Kaminsky.
Hello. Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Renee Kaminsky. I'm actually the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Newberry Springs. And I wanted to just share with you right now that I'm so excited and hopeful with this project. I think for the first time, what we see in our outlying unincorporated area, we see hope for all of us, for our residents. But I did want to bring up one thing, is that we haven't really talked about is the homelessness that still exists in Barstow, probably will exist in Barstow. I think a previous speaker did make a good point where the discrepancy between homelessness and, you know, it's really wonderful we're bringing these really fantastic jobs to the union workers. It's great, but I will share with you, I own rental property. I rent to these gentlemen who I love, but none of them live in Newberry Springs. None of them live in Barstow. So I think my concern that I have from a Chamber of Commerce point of view and as a resident here in Newberry Springs is just to ensure that we do have a robust pipeline of job training. I think this is a golden opportunity for Barstow and surrounding areas when we've got 25% of the population living below the poverty line. We've got 12,000 people living on benefits. That's one reason why we can't get home developers to come and build homes in Barstow. Why would they want to build homes to people when we've got 82% of them on benefits. So my hope, even though I support this project 100%, is that we do through the city, working with the chambers, working with the community college, and we're working with BNSF, we have a sincere, robust job training program for our local residents so we can raise up our...
Thank you. That was your time. Our next speaker is Darby Osnaya.
Good evening. I would like to acknowledge that we are on traditional land of the Vanyume and Mojave tribes, and with projects like this, we continue to disgrace them as we continue to pollute. BNSF and the city of Barstow lied when they claimed the BNSF Big Rail Yard project would reduce diesel consumption. Now the final environmental impact report says it will increase diesel consumption, burning 3 million gallons of diesel annually.
Sir, you need to slow down so the recorder can get your comments, please.
Okay. So we are the Vanyume and Mojave tribes being very disrespectful by disgracing them with all the pollution. The American Lung Association gave San Bernardino County, once again, an F for ozone pollution. We're actually ranked #1 in the nation. Electrifying is not difficult. It is done globally. And also, what is BNSF offering to all the other cities and towns which their lines run through, and that will impact the traffic and the traffic congestion? Because I live here in the IE. Plenty of times I am running late because I'm stuck behind a train. That's going to take millions and not billions, actually. So if BNSF is really talking about the money, show us the money. A lot of our little towns cannot afford to keep on subsidizing you, BNSF, so that we can take care of our people and our roads because you keep wanting to run through us. So even with electric, you're still going to be running through us and making it very difficult with all the traffic you're going to add. So yeah, you're going to take away traffic from the highway, but then you're going to keep us from getting to work, getting to our kids on time, etc. So yeah, there's so much more that you really need to offer us. Thank you.
This speaker will get 4 minutes for translation.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Macarmen González.
Good evening. My name is Macarmen González.
Organizadora con la Colectiva Popular para la Justicia Ambiental.
Organizer with Colectiva Popular para la Justicia Ambiental.
Tengo al frente de la comunidad más o menos cerca de 20 años.
I've been in front of this community more or less 20 years.
A lo largo de estos 20 años he visto cómo se deteriora la salud a consecuencia de las locomotoras, los camiones, y he visto morir tantísima gente de mi comunidad.
Along these 20 years, I've seen how health keeps deteriorating due to locomotives, due to trucks, and I've seen people dying in my community.
Por ende, estoy totalmente en contra de hacer estos proyectos. No estoy en contra del proyecto, estoy en contra de la contaminación.
And I'm against these projects. Well, I'm not against this project. I'm against the contamination that it brings, the pollution.
Estoy a favor de los trabajos, estoy con ustedes, pero estoy en contra. Y la salud no se compra ni se negocia.
I'm in favor of the jobs, but I'm against this because you can bargain for your health.
Entonces, el corredor o la línea nos abarca desde lado a lado, desde Bardstown hasta IE. Y creo que esto nos daría mucho más, estaríamos más atosigados con la contaminación.
And so the corridor goes from Barstow to IE to the IE. And I think this is going to bring more pollution, it's going to contaminate more.
¿Por qué no tenemos o por qué no probamos electrificarlo? Sería muy buena opción y así estaríamos también salvando vidas.
So why don't we try to go 100% electric? It will be a good option and we could be saving lives.
Ya tenemos la tecnología desde hace mucho tiempo. ¿Por qué no hacerlo?
Technology has been available for many years now. Why don't we do it?
Gracias. Mediten por la salud de esos niños, por el futuro de esos niños y por las personas que se siguen muriendo día con día.
Thank you, and think about the health of the children, and the health of the people that keep dying on a daily basis.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening to us.
The speaker will also get 4 minutes for translations.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Ábalos, soy de la comunidad de San Bernardino.
Good evening, my name is Jose Avalos. I'm from the San Bernardino community.
Vengo aquí para hablar a los residentes de Bardstown que no les vaya a pasar lo mismo que nos pasó, que nos está pasando allá en el Isla de Empire. Estamos luchando.
I'm here to talk to the residents of Barstow, so the same thing that happened to us in the Inland Empire doesn't happen to you guys. We are fighting.
Estamos luchando contra BNSF desde hace varios años. Ya les ganamos una propuesta ya en Sacramento, donde se aprobó que los trenes fueran electrificados.
We've been fighting against BNSF for many years now, where we have won one of the battles already in Sacramento, where we're trying to make the trains to go electric.
Pero el poder de ellos es inmenso. Echaron esa enmienda para afuera, para atrás.
But their power is immense. They already backtrack on that battle that we won.
Por eso estoy aquí para decirles a la comunidad de aquí de Bardstown, a los sindicatos, a la gente, a la población, que tengan cuidado con BNSF.
And that's why I'm here to tell you, the people in Barstow, to the unions, to the people that live here, to be careful with BNSF.
A ellos no les importa si mueren, si se enferman, si hay niños, si hay adultos, si hay jóvenes que no pueden salir a la calle para jugar, para correr por la contaminación que están provocando.
They don't care if the children don't go out to play. They don't care if adults go out, the youth goes out. They don't care about you guys due to the contamination that they will be creating.
A ellos los únicos que les mueve es el interés del dinero. Si ellos tuvieran ganas de hacer algo en este gran proyecto, hubieran puesto electrificar primero los trenes.
The only thing that moves them is their interest for money. If they really care about this project, they would have brought electric trains to begin with.
Para así no contaminar este sistema que tenemos ya muy malo.
That way, they wouldn't keep polluting this system that we have that is already in a bad shape.
A ellos no les importa si ustedes se enferman de cáncer, de asma o terminan por un paro cardíaco.
They don't care if you get sick from asthma or cancer or you suffer a heart attack.
A ellos no les importa si tienen un familiar que se enferme. A ellos no les importa si tienen un amigo, un compañero o un vecino.
They don't care if you have a family member, a friend, a neighbor, someone in your community that gets sick.
¿Ustedes creen que BNSF les va a interesar eso? No, a ellos les importa más su dinero.
Do you think BNSF is going to care about that? No, they care more about their money.
Por eso estoy aquí para decirles a ustedes que tengan cuidado antes de firmar un acuerdo con ellos, que pongan en la mesa electrificar los trenes.
That's why I'm here, to let you know that before you come to an agreement, before you sign any agreement, they should make an amendment to make all the trains electric.
No estoy en contra de que vengan y hagan trabajos.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vanessa Villanueva.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Villanueva, and I'm coming from Colton today to urge you to reconsider the pace at which you are accepting this project. The reality is that the BNSF Big Rail Yard project will harm communities and workers by increasing toxic and carcinogenic air pollution. I'm here to support the communities that are clearly being ignored. They're asking for sound walls and different mitigations, not to halt the project completely, but to reevaluate what this is going to do to local communities, right? And if you are talking about having a sustainable and thriving community, you really need to slow down and understand what the asks are. The demands are that the city of Barstow must fix the EIR, right? The environmental impact report is flawed. It is deeply inadequate and fails to meet state legal requirements. It also fails to evaluate the complete range of impacts on public health, energy usage, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, water quality, and noise. It also fails to properly evaluate zero-emission and electric locomotives, switchers, trucks, and other equipment that would reduce the actual pollution and save lives. What we're asking for is consideration and protection for these local communities. We've seen these kind of projects be rushed because of the economic benefits, potentially short-term, long-term. Oftentimes they end up being short-term. And what we see be long-term is the health impacts, the mental health impacts of living near these noisy construction sites, but also long-term rail yards. We really need your support to have these thriving communities and protect our long-term health. That's what I'm here to really just implore you to reconsider and do a new EIR. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Birchfield. My family came to Barstow because of the Marine Corps in 1972. Over all of these years, we retired here, and we have watched Barstow grow and then decline, grow and decline. Finally, the infrastructure that has all gone to the neighboring communities such as Hesperia and Victorville, we have an opportunity right here, right now, thanks to all the people up there at that table and BNSF Railroad, to bring everything to Barstow. And we need it. We won't get the new homes. The home builders won't take a chance on us. But if we finally bring the jobs and the growth, let us have it. I'm very happy and very pleased that so many people have been working hard for this project. I can't thank you enough, and for the youth and the next generation of Barstow, which we'll all have a stake in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve Spicer. I've been in Barstow since 1959, and I'm just a minor. Consider my wife. She's been here since 1950, and she has seen Barstow change, like Ann said, up and down. And you just drive through Barstow right now, and just look at Main Street. It is a dying breed, and it's one little opportunity that we have to change it around. We definitely need to do something. And beside the way, would all the union people that work for the railroad stand up right now? Or have something to do with the railroad that makes the economical difference? Okay, I want to thank you for your service and what you come to. And I take exception to, like, people that says that the BNSFs don't care about their health. I was with the railroad for, 45 years. And not one day that I didn't go down there and didn't worry about people in Barstow. As far as the environment goes and stuff like that, I agree with your word about the air pollution, but look at every truck that's going to get off the road. Or how fast, just going down Cajon Pass in the last few years, you saw what happens. I mean, it's going to get worse. You think it's going to get any better? We all got to get together here and think actually for the benefit of all. Yeah, I understand the Outlook area that might be affected by it, but let's get something going first. Let's move forward, and then we'll take care of everybody. I have property outside of the area, right across the street. And, we'll work through it. I'm sure we will. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Emmett Cromwell, and I'm a business representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, and I'm representing the millwrights. So part of my job is to help our members find work and create opportunities for men and women to build successful careers in the skilled trades. The Barstow International Gateway project is a great opportunity for our members and for our young men and women who live in Barstow and the surrounding communities. I have been a union member with the millwrights for 27 years. I was raised, in the IE area. My mom and dad lives in Victorville. I have 2 sisters and 2 nieces that live there that commute down at Cajon Pass for a job. This right here would be a great opportunity for them. Also, projects like this are what we gave, or this project like this gave me an opportunity to join a union and build a career that changed my life. The skilled trades provides me with good living, quality health care, retirement security, and the ability to support my family. I know firsthand the impact opportunity like this can have on a person's future. This project will create good paying construction jobs, long-term careers, opportunities, and economy growth for the region. It will provide a pathway for local residents to earn a living, support their families, and build a future right here in their own community. I believe this project is a positive investment in Barstow, its workforce, and its future, and I respectfully encourage your support on this project.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Martinez. I'm a business representative with Millwright Local 2159, Southern California, and I'm here with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. So, long story short, my Uncle Dave, he was a small business owner in Hesperia, California, and him being a small business owner, he had a ranch up here, and I grew up in the area bucking hay for a living when I was on my summer breaks. A lot of the good friends that I met and made in the area, as we grew older, they kind of went and moved on to other states and chasing the work and developing their lives in other places. I believe this will give opportunity for our youngsters to grow up, to get the proper education in the trade, and succeed in our local community. Definitely for this, and just wanted to thank you all for letting me speak. Appreciate you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Heidi Brannon, and I'm president of a company called Preservation Ranch. Has operations here in Barstow, just to the southeast of us, doing conservation and mitigation work with the Bureau of Land Management and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I am a former resident of the High Desert, and I have worked in the San Bernardino High Desert area since 2008. And I know how difficult it has been to get economic development in this region, and how important it is to the residents who live up here in the high desert, the city of Barstow, and the surrounding rural communities. All of my field crew is located and resident in Barstow, and one of the things that they've expressed to me recently is how difficult it has been for their family and their friends to find jobs, and good paying jobs, so that they can support their children and their families. And then, and I think that this project will bring great job opportunities for the residents of Barstow and my staff alike. Another thing that I think would be a benefit of this project and the general plan update is just the level of traffic and the change in traffic. I commute, formerly I've commuted from the LA Basin to this area for work, and now I commute the opposite direction from Las Vegas. I'm in the Barstow region regularly, and getting the number of trucks off the 15 would be a great benefit. I've had a number of close calls myself. So with that, I want to say that I support this project. I support the council and the City of Barstow staff for all the hard work that they put into this. And I also want to say I support all of you here in this room who've participated and shared your thoughts on this project, and also your concerns. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Burrell. John Burrell. Last call for John Burrell. Our next speaker is Jennifer Cardenas.
Everybody else was much taller than me. So hello, good evening. My name is Jennifer Cardenas. I am the campaign organizer for Sierra Club, but I'm also a resident of the Inland Empire. I think you heard a lot from community members about the impacts. I want to remind you that you are so powerful that you can make a difference, and all of these people wanting a job are still going to have that job. But what you can do that nobody else is doing is electrifying a project like this. It's creating a legacy where people will remember you for cleaner air, for communities where they don't have to have their children impacted. As an organizer, I can tell you what I hear from communities where I'm fighting every day. These jobs that are polluting, these gentlemen and women that work there have to pay their medical bills after. That retirement fund is not there anymore. That is a medical fund. We talk about the future of children. Do you know that when they're polluted in this kind of manner, that their lungs do not grow at the same rate as other kids? So any sport that they want to do in the future, that's not going to be available for them. I know this because I've seen kids in middle school want to be soccer players, want to be football players, want to be baseball players. By the time they get to high school, they have asthma. They don't play those sports anymore. you will hear stories of kids, and if that's the legacy you want to leave, that's what's going to happen. You've been waiting for this project. What's a little longer? For it to actually be electrified and make a difference. How many of you had to teach a 3-year-old how to use an asthma device? I hope none of you. But this is a legacy that you will leave if you rush a project like this. The legacy of your names is going to be attached to those kids forever. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Mr. Ken Courtney.
Well, I see they saved the best for last. Well, for those of you who don't know me, Ken Courtney, I'm a local real estate and investment broker here in town. My family's been in Barstow since the 50s. My grandfather migrated out from Arkansas. My father was a military station out at the Marine Corps Logistics Base. And I understand that the things that I've experienced and seen here in Barstow, my 61 years that I've been here, there's been a lot of good, but there's been a lot of devastating things. And I understand about the good things that happen and the bad things that happen. And this project right here, I think, is going to be one of the best things that ever happened to Barstow. Because what we have to realize as a community, we have to have progress. Without progress, we will basically just implode within ourselves. We ask about all of these things that we're wanting for the community. We have to realize that that comes from tax dollars. Without tax dollars, we have nothing. So I strongly support the project. I understand the concerns, and I understand the benefits. But at this point, I think the benefits outweigh the negatives for the whole city of Barstow. And I hope that the council makes the decision and looks out for the greater part of Barstow. But also, don't neglect the others as well. So whatever you can do to try to mitigate through some of their concerns, by all means, do what you can. But for the betterment of Barstow, I think this is one of the top things that has happened in my 61 years of my life living here in Barstow. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that is all the speakers we have.
Could you repeat that, please?
That is all the speakers we have.
Thank you. With no additional speakers, I will now close the public hearing at 8:07 p.m. We will now take a 30-minute recess and reconvene at 8:37. And staff, if there are any additional points or information staff would like to provide.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to address some items that were raised during the public hearing. And at this time, I would first like to invite Mark Teague from PlaceWorks up to provide some additional information. And he does have a handout that he has prepared that has been given to all of council and has also been made available in the lobby, and off to the side we have somebody that will have copies if you would like more information. And with that, I would like to invite Mark Teague up to provide more information.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Teague. I am the project manager for the EIR and the general plan update, and I thought this evening that it would be useful to respond to some of the late comments that came in so that the council is put at ease and the public knows that we pay attention to these things. And I'm going to cover three basic topics here. The first is the difference between a programmatic EIR and a project EIR. And there's a little bit of a disconnect between the detailed mitigation measures that occur for the big project and the more policy-driven or wide-open mitigation measures that we used for the general plan. And that's because for the general plan, we're looking into the future. We don't know what projects we're likely to receive, so we focus on the process. We focus on the types of things we study, and we guess or we estimate the anticipated outcome. For big, of course, we have a lot of detail. We have an entire project, we have a lot of construction information, and we can develop very precise mitigation measures. And that's why in some of the comments you say, well, why don't we have this kind of precision for the general plan? It's because we just don't know what projects we're likely to receive in the future, and that's why we leave the process open-ended. Another comment that was raised had to do with environmental justice and the application of certain state laws are against discrimination or ensure fairness and equality. Some of those are, it's all been addressed in the final EIR and all the documentation. But in this particular instance, the application of Government Code 1135 really applies to the operations of the city. It doesn't really apply to the general plan. Right? The general plan assumes that we're following all of the state laws, including that one. And it assumes that we don't need to have special policies that say, follow the law. We don't need to do that in a general plan, and it's assumed within the operations of the city. As part of that, of course, is environmental justice. Environmental justice is very important. It's a provision of the general plan. There are a couple of different ways to handle that. One is with an environmental justice element, or in this particular instance, we've taken the environmental justice policies and we've pulled them through the entire general plan so they aren't overlooked in an element that may not be necessarily implemented. We like that approach as planners because it ensures that every time we do a project consistency analysis with the general plan, we are considering environmental justice. Now, interestingly enough, environmental justice is not required as part of the analysis in the environmental document. We do cover a lot of the things that environmental justice would touch on, such as air quality and noise and vibration and those things. And those are, in fact, covered at great length within the EIR. And lastly, we're going to talk about energy impacts, VMT reduction, and those types of things, and advanced clean fleets. Just as the general plan assumes that we're following state law, so does all the regulatory pieces that come down from the state and from the federal government. We're assuming compliance with those provisions that are brought into law and applied as by the regulatory agencies. And that would apply to CARB, it would apply to the Clean Water Act, it would apply to the Regional Water Quality Control people. Anytime they establish a regulation, we are, of course, required to comply. We don't need a policy that says that. That is the law and how the state of California functions. The general plan did not discover significant energy impacts because it doesn't evaluate a specific project. The big project, on the other hand, did have information, does have mitigation measures, and those are included in the EIR and the final EIR. So those are the differences there in terms of how the document is put together and how things are mitigated over time. The documentation that I have here goes into a little more detail on some of the comments that were raised in the comment letter. Please avail yourselves of a copy. From my perspective as a staff member and having a few minutes to take a look at this, we don't believe there's anything in here that would trigger recirculation. A lot of this information was already disclosed in the draft EIR and again reconfirmed in the final EIR. And there's information in here about the policies and how that would function. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
At this time, if we could hold any questions and have staff answer a couple more comments, and then we'll come back to questions if you could be available.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll hang out backstage.
So with that, I would like to invite Community Development Director Heldreth to provide a little further clarification on some items raised.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. The one item I wanted to touch on, and I know was brought up during a comment, was in regards to fire response time from the Hinckley Station by a first responder. To touch on that, the two closest fire stations serving Hinckley Road area are both county fire stations. Hinckley Road, or Hinckley Fire Station 56 to the north, located at 37284 Flower Road in Hinckley. Additionally, you got Hellendale's Fire Station 4 to the southwest at 27089 Hellendale Road in Hellendale. During the big operation, vacating the southern portion of Hinckley Road would remove direct access from Hellendale Fire Station 4 to the Hinckley Road area via Main Street. However, alternative emergency access would be provided from Fire Station 4 via Jiggs Road, which would be widened to 26 feet and accommodate fire truck access. Yes, response time from alternate access would be 24 minutes, 7 minutes longer than the existing 17 minutes response time via the same access point currently. Also, no change in access would occur from Fire Station 56 from the north. Additionally, from existing Barstow Fire Protection District stations 361 and 363 from northeast via Highway 58 and other jurisdiction resources when needed through mutual aid. Further, Under proposed general plan conditions, in addition to the Barstow Fire Protection District Stations 361 and 363, the station on Old Highway 58 would be reestablished and 2 new fire stations would be constructed, which would have access and provide service when needed through mutual aid. Additionally, they did not provide information about, we are going to, whenever the statement was made that they drove it and it took, 20 plus minutes, that doesn't take into consideration that the new Jasper Road will be built. They would have a direct access point to Linwood Road as well. So we just wanted to touch on that public safety comment, and I'll turn it back to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Hildreth. Next, I would like to invite, to cover some of the traffic items raised, I would like to invite Jennifer Harry from Kimley Horn to provide some traffic clarification. Thank you, Ms. Harry, for coming up.
Thank you. Jennifer Harry, Kimley Horn. We prepared the environmental impact report for BIG, including the traffic analysis. I'll just go through a couple of the things that we heard and clarify those, and then again, happy to follow up on any questions that you may have. I would like to just inform the council that we did submit a letter to address many of the comments that were submitted through the EIR process, and we believe they address the comments that have been raised. But I will focus on a couple of the traffic comments I heard, and then again, feel free to ask additional questions. I know there are questions about how many trucks are coming in and the route they will take. Just to be clear, BIG is forecast to generate about 600 trips in the opening year, 2028, increasing to about 930 trips in 2048. This includes both inbound and outbound trucks, so both directions. BIG proposes to only use city-designated truck routes. Those truck routes are SR 58, I-15, I-40, Linwood Road, Main Street, and then the proposed Hinckley Road realignment. And these are identified in the general plan. The trucks are going to access the site or the project BIG, specifically the rail yard via Main Street at Country Club, and then the warehouses via the new realigned Hinckley Road at Linwood Road, so that Jasper connection that Chris was talking about. Specific to the increase or decrease in trucks, I do want to note that BIG is actually going to remove 627,000 annual truck trips from the Southern California roads in opening year 2028. And that is going to increase up to 962,000 annual truck trips removed in horizon year 2048. I'll stop there. I know that Lena would like to specifically address the comments related to the at-grade crossing, so I'll let her jump in, and then again, I'm happy to follow up on any specific additional questions on the traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I know that there has been a few questions that have been raised about Vista Road in the Silver Lakes community. I think one of the benefits of being with BNSF for over 30 years, I've had the opportunity to interact with a number of community members. I would say for the past 25 years of my 30, Vista Road has been a topic of discussion where those residents would like a grade separation. It is a county road. It is the responsibility of the county to build a grade separation. BNSF, however, does contribute to grade separations across our network. We would contribute up to, it's 5 to 10% based on whether or not there are state or federal funds involved. So our contribution could be as much as $10 million towards a grade separation at Vista Road, should the county choose to pursue one. I would also add that BNSF, as a voluntary good faith measure to that community, has committed to giving $2 million to upgrade an additional crossing adjacent to the Vista Road crossing for alternate access. I think it's also important to mention that the big project would actually help not only the Vista Road crossing the communities there, as well as many other communities here in the high desert. What's unique about Barstow is we'll have several long tracks that we can pull trains into. Should we encounter a service interruption along our network, we have a place to pull trains into and hold them. Versus now, if we have a service interruption, they stop where they're at because we have no place to pull into. So this certainly provides an alternative location to help alleviate some of the congestion that we may experience on our network as a result of a service interruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. I would next like to ask that Genesis Crank provide more information raised about the tribal consultation. Genesis, can you please provide more information regarding our process?
Absolutely. City of Barstow did complete a tribal consultation process in accordance with state law. In total, 7 tribes were contacted to consult on the project. 2 in particular responded to the consultation: Morongo Band of Mission Indians and the Yuhaviatam of San Manuel Nation. It is additionally important to note that San Manuel, or also Yuhaviatam of San Manuel Nation, also provided a letter of support regarding the SB 149 judicial streamlining certification. Overall, I think it's important to highlight that, again, the City of Barstow did complete and conduct tribal consultation, again, in accordance with AB 52 per CEQA guidelines.
Thank you, Genesis. With that, I would like to turn it over to the mayor and council for any further questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Clayton. With that, I will bring it back to the council for discussion and or questions of staff. We will start immediately to my left. Councilmember Hernandez, any questions or discussion?
Thank you. We have focused so much on the big project, and I think we haven't focused enough on what Barstow's going to get out of this. So my first question, because this was brought up, concern it was about sewer. Because when the conversation ordinarily began, it appeared that we as a city were going to be more responsible in regards to that sewer issue. So I would appreciate our city engineer to explain how much Barstow is going to get because of the big project.
Sure, Councilwoman Hernandez. The biggest item on the ticket here is the sewer. I could probably get the most excited about it because we are literally blowing up what we have on Main Street and building new. And what that does is it puts a sunset on the assessment district because now we have a means to build a new line with more capacity. It will allow a line to be put on Jasper Road on the north side of the tracks, which more people can connect to, and it will also increase the capacity for the outlet center area. The Linwood Road trunk line goes all the way up to the outlets.
What is the situation right now at the outlets in regards to sewer service?
Well, the problem at the outlets is the assessment district. If you weren't a part of the assessment district at the beginning, there are acres and acres of land at the outlets that can't tie onto it because they were not part of the original assessment and they don't have the capacity. So with the sunsetting of the assessment district and the increase in the capacity of the trunk line that the big project is building, there is no longer a capacity issue, and all of the properties south of the outlets can now tie onto the sewer without any conditions, other than they have to build a line.
And how much financially are we benefiting because of that? If we approve
Wow.
it?
So the developer, of course, has to do what we call an install and convey. And so when we talk about how many billions this project is costing, the developer, BNSF, has to front the money, build it, install it, and then convey it to the city for our asset. We maintain it because it's been designed under our supervision and our standards, but they are responsible for all of the financial expansion of the sewer, not only the sewer, but the roads, the bridges, the culverts. It's in the billions that they are building and given to the city.
Okay. Another question I had was over the water. We know it's Golden State Water that's responsible. I'm hoping it lowers our bills. It probably won't, but
You're dreaming.
hey, I can dream. But what
but
about
yeah,
what about the water quality? I know that it's an issue for a lot of our residents. You know, when we're putting these type of projects in, and you know, how is that going to affect us?
Well, part of the agreement with the railroad is that they're going to provide finances for a new well. And there are areas in Barstow that have real good quality water, and they're out in this area across on the north side of the river, the old Gale Kenyon property ranch. The wells out there are really good, and they can drill another well there and put it into their Tortoise Road reservoir, which has enough capacity to serve this system. But so they're going to extend that zone to the limits of their project with 12 and 16-inch lines, which again, they're installing and conveying millions of dollars of water lines and giving it to the water company.
So I would assume more of our residents will be able to tie in.
Yes, yes.
As opposed to wells getting.
Right now, like Country Club Drive doesn't even have water. They're on a private water system that doesn't have, I mean, it's sufficient for what they have. We've been talking about improvements out there forever. This will allow a trunk line to Country Club to where they can have Golden State water.
The other question I had, and everybody's talking about electrification, how is the railroad going to put in their electrical lines?
Well, as I talked in my presentation, the substation just to the east, the west of us here, the Tortilla substation, which is owned by Southern California Edison, they are putting in an overhead and mostly an underground line that runs from here all the way out West Main, out to Country Club Drive, and then onto their site. So it's well over estimated $200 million that they are expanding of Southern California Edison's system to put a 33 kV transmission line out to their site. This is what killed all of our projects in the industrial park, was the lack of electricity and water. I mean, at one time we were talking about putting prisons in our industrial center. We were talking about putting 12 million chickens in our industrial center. We didn't have the water or electricity to support any of it. This is what they're going to be doing now, is putting electricity, water, and sewer to the industrial park.
That's what I want the Barstow residents to know what we're getting. The other question I had is about the mitigation, the tracking, because that is a concern, you know. Okay, we have a contract, and who's tracking it? Who's making sure that you're complying with the rules? So for the public, I would like them to know that we are and have looked at that. So who is going to be doing the tracking to make sure we're doing our mitigation, and how often are they going to be doing that?
So I'll take that question. So some of the mitigation measures can be monitored by existing staff, such as our engineering and planning reviews or required document submittals. So they're obviously required to submit some of these documents whenever they're going through the construction phases, right? Others require technical expertise that the city does not maintain in-house. So the city will hire qualified consultants for those measures. This is standard practice for most agencies. More complex measures involving biological or cultural resources must be implemented and monitored by appropriately credentialed specialties. The development agreement that you have in your packet requires BNSF to pay for all consultant monitoring costs in addition to permit fees, including grading, building, encroachment permits. BNSF also is required to prepare a compliance matrix document showing how each mitigation measure will be satisfied. So there will be extensive monitoring, some by city staff, and if we're not capable, qualified, we will be engaging in consultant firms to be able to help us monitor this.
Okay. The other question I had is people are concerned, and I have been, because the city hasn't been very successful in development agreements. So that was a concern to me. So the first question I wanted to know is, when do we get the money? We'll start with that one.
Do you want to take that one?
Well, there's been a lot of, the project is worth this amount of money, and everybody thinks, oh, we're going to get the money right away, and that's not the case. So, for the public, an explanation, how is that process?
Yes, and so as the project progresses and permits are pulled, that is at time of permits being pulled is when we require payment and the development impact fees associated with the permits being pulled. So as we are going, again, the project progresses, that's when the revenue will be received on those are the one-time monies that are coming in. Now, the future impacts are not related to the development agreement, but upon project completion is when we'll realize the revenue that's projected in the analysis, in the fiscal analysis.
Right, because that, I read that and I went, wait a minute. I want to know more specific when we're getting what. The other question is, I saw in the development, passerelle tax, because that was another question my husband felt very strongly about, is how much tax money is Barstow going to get? And that term, when I was told, well, the railroad pays a different tax, and then I see that other tax, so could you explain what it is? Because people are thinking we're going to get not that much, and some people think we're going to get too much. So if you could explain the difference, I would appreciate that.
So the BNSF for the intermodal facility will be a lesser amount of income of property tax. That's where you get the difference between the possessory and tax versus the unitary tax is what we're looking at related to the warehousing. Even though BNSF will own the warehouses, they will be leasing them out, and so there is a formula that calculates what that unitary tax is in relation to the calculations that that went into the fiscal impact analysis, and that is where we derived some of those figures.
So that passerelle tax, is that a property tax, or how is that?
I'm going to ask the attorney, Assistant City Attorney Summers, to assist answering that.
Yeah, happy to add a little clarification on that. So the possessory interest tax is standard property taxes on property that's leased by the railroad to any other business. So in this case, the expectations are that the railroad will be leasing the land, and then other people will build the warehouses, and those will be subject to possessory interest taxes, which is the standard property tax system on the full 9 million square feet in warehouses, which drives a lot of the expectations for property tax revenue coming to the city, but not coming on day one. It's coming when they're built and when they're assessed at that higher valuation upon the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And then the rail facility part, the intermodal facility where they're rebuilding and building trains, as Ms. Kent covered, that is subject to tax, but it's subject to the unitary tax system by which the railroad pays property tax, but it's shared through a different formula with the rest of the state, reflecting that the rail is, of course, a statewide asset. So we will still get our portion of that, but it's a slightly lower percentage than the possessory interest tax. But one more point to know, because of the value of this project being over $100 million, which is the first in the state to our knowledge, there's a special set aside, 20% of the property tax value of the intermodal facility is not subject to the unitary system and will come through the regular system, of which we'll get our standard share of that 20% set aside.
Well, I think my husband just wants to know that we're getting more than our fair share, and that we're...
Through the 20% set aside, we're getting more than our fair share from a standard railroad project.
And with the lease, that we're getting property tax.
And we'll get full property taxes on the leasehold interest.
Yeah, he's always interested in where the money is coming from and that everybody gets their fair share in Barstow. The other thing was, and I thought was interesting question, was the traffic. Is the traffic going to increase because it's coming to the yard, or is just the traffic is coming in and is being processed a different way? So that's my question. Yeah.
So,
The trains, when they come in with the loads, is it going to increase? Are more trains going to be coming up?
I would like to invite Jennifer Harry again from Kimley Horn to provide more clarification on the traffic question.
Yeah, and it sounds like, and I'll take a stab at it, and then feel free to follow up if I don't answer your question. But I think your question is, how many more trains essentially are going to be coming up the hill from the ports and into the facility, if I understood that. So it's about 3 trains in 2028, increasing to about 5 trains in 2048. So as, you know, as customers come on board and convert their truck moves, right, what used to be going by truck to train, we expect that to increase over time. Just to give you kind of a comparison, 90% of the containers that will arrive at Big will arrive by train. 3% or go to and from, I should say, from Big via train. About 3% will go to and from via truck. So it kind of gives you, again, emphasizing what Lena said in her presentation, how this is really a rail-served, rail-fed facility.
Okay. And my last question, electrification. I have been on the Mojave Air Quality Board for the last 10 years. And that agreement with Mojave Air Quality is part of our project agreement, isn't it included about the Tier 4?
Yes. I'm looking to see who can provide more clarification.
Yeah, sorry, it's working. Yes, we do have, BNSF does have an MOU with Mojave Air District, as you heard from their, I believe it's the CEO of the Mojave Air District. He was here and he spoke on it, of the MOU.
Yes. And as far as those engines, so much of that are not being manufactured at this point. Is that correct?
I would defer to BNSF to if you want to like a number on something.
The agreement is when they are, they will have the test engine. Is that my understanding?
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite hearing your question. I believe you're talking about the hybrids that we signed with the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District.
The agreement on those, yeah.
Those locomotives, we would, they're a hybrid. They haven't been used here, and we have agreed to acquire them to test them out. And so when they're operating up the Cajon Pass, because it takes a considerable amount of power to get them up the Cajon Pass, they would be in Tier 4 mode. And then when they go into the yard, they would go into zero electric mode, zero emission electric mode. So certainly something that's state of the art and something we're willing to test out as part of this project. I don't know, do we have the data?
Yeah, but that's my understanding, and the switches too.
Yeah, and then we're
that's the agreement.
That's correct. And we're voluntarily replacing, even though it's not required or part of this project, as an effort to be a good neighbor here in Barstow, we're also replacing the older switch engines that operate in our existing facility with Tier 4 locomotives. So that is a significant investment on our part and certainly an effort to be a good neighbor here to the community.
And I think that's one of the best benefits for our yard that is going to occur. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Hennes. Councilmember Rose.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly? Perfect. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank each and every one of you that has come out to speak to us. It is very important that we are not all woven from the same cloth, that we hear the diversity, that we hear the concerns, that we hear the pros and cons. This evening, we had 49 speakers. We had 49 speakers. Of the 49 speakers, we had 28 pro in favor of the big project. We had 19 cons with the concerns. And we also had 2 no-shows. I think this was a pretty balanced amount of speakers. It was very well balanced, and I think it's important for each and every one of us up here that when we make a decision tonight, that we are well informed on what we've already read, what we have heard tonight, and I just want you to know that I heard each and every one of you. I heard from the carpenters, to the apprentice, to the local residents, to an elected official, to the Sylvan residents, and from the out-of-towners. I think it's important that we hear from everyone. There's some things that were brought up this evening that I would have never thought about, so I thank you for that. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank the Barstow Community College, my employer, until the end of June, because I'm retiring. But I want to thank them for everything that they have done to house. They have done everything they possibly can to make sure that that we are here and we were set up to have this evening, and with everything from the technology to make sure that the speakers were heard. So I want to thank them as well. To the Barstow Police Department, thank you. Safety comes first, and I appreciate the whole team for being here. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my questions. And I also want to thank, by the way, the Barstow, the City of Barstow team. It's a small team that has pushed forward for many years. They've worked together, small but mighty. They have done amazing work. And to the staff of the City of Barstow, thank you so much. And to the team with BNSF, the best of the best, thank you. So my questions would go straight into the mitigation monitoring reporting program. So in reading the mitigation program, things shifted from who's responsible from doing like such things as construction, lighting, and screening plan. Who's responsible to, I'll jump to another one, who's responsible to, let me get there. Who's responsible for the fugitive dust emissions, and who's responsible for monitoring the reduced exhaust emissions from off-road construction equipment? It shifted from BNSF or to the project applicant to the City of Barstow. So the City of Barstow is responsible for many things. So my question is, since the City of Barstow is responsible, I know, and I believe everybody up here knows, that we don't have the staffing. And this is going to be full-time, if approved tonight, full-time for somebody to ensure that everything that we're responsible under this mitigation reporting program, that it is being done consistently, daily, and precise. Because for me, yes, the money is extremely important, what it's going to do for Barstow, but safety's first. And I just want to make sure, you know, that we get the answers on what is our staffing plan. If approved tonight, how aggressive is our staffing plan, and where's the funding going to come from initially to get this started?
So the mitigation measures as it relates directly to the project is the responsibility of the project. While staff is responsible for that, we do not have a large staff at this point, as you've just pointed out, but we do have consultant staff that we have contracts in place for. And we will be contracting with those consultants, and with the payment responsibility, which is in part of the development agreement as far as processing for the project-related items, will be the responsibility of the applicant.
Of the applicant, so we could say that once we gear up with the staffing, that we could say we're going to get paid in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or what is?
So we will be setting up a deposit account and monitoring as we're using those consultants. So those items that are the full responsibility of the project, those will come from that deposit account, and we'll continually monitor the city's responsibility in those mitigation measures as it relates to the consultants and the balance in the account, the billing, and so forth.
As far as the staffing, the planning, how aggressive are we going to be on ensuring that we have enough staffing to handle everything that Barstow will be facing?
So staff has been meeting to talk about future growth, and we've got a phased approach based on the level of work that's required. I will ask Community Development Director Heldreth, because his team will be overseeing much of that process, to provide any more clarification on the immediate needs. Future needs will need permanent employees, not consultant employees, and that's as needed by determined on the workloads and so forth that go beyond the project. But as it relates to the project, I will turn it over to Chris Heldreth to provide more information.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in regards to project-specific and staffing levels, we will utilize consultants to help us monitor the development of the project. Additionally, Mojave Air District also will be involved with monitoring some of these things, because they will issue permits to the project as well. And we have a great relationship with them, working with them on other projects in the city, and they will also be helping us with this project. So we'll use contract labor, consultants, and then also some city staff will be dedicated to it. And then it's kind of a phased-in approach. So with this project, as they've described, the 30 to 36-month development timeline. After that, or during that, we don't know what's going to happen. So we're not going to hire a lot of staff, so to speak, as in the community development department. We're going to utilize consultants to come and help us in the meantime. And then after things progress, we can then determine if we're going to bring on permanent staff in that department specifically.
Thank you for that. So as far as the monitoring as well, we are going to need some kind of a program to do the monitoring, because I doubt it's going to be on an Excel spreadsheet or a Word. So what's the plan for that?
Yeah, so there is a program that some of the contractors will be utilizing, but also city staff. It's a matrix documenting that. Obviously, what we do is we build that matrix based off of the requirements that are set forth. So, and I'll just throw like dust mitigation that you were referring to. There's a whole little packet that is required for that monitoring. And so what we do is that there's going to be many, but what we have is a spreadsheet that goes through that, and then we base it off of that, and we get the reports that are required based on that. And then we have our own system that will upload that to, so that it'll be a permanent file.
Thank you. So just for that question, just know that I'm just want to make sure that if this passes tonight, that our city is able to take care of it. Our city is able to do what we are responsible for doing, and I believe that we will do what we have to do if it's passed tonight. So thank you for that. Thank you for answering the traffic questions. I had quite a few of myself, and I'm sure that it's going to fluctuate, and I'm sure that there'll also be data collected, because I think that's extremely important, that data is collected on the mitigation program, on the traffic, that, everything about that. .66 between Barstow and Hellendale. We heard about Vista Road, and I just want to say that, during construction, if this is approved tonight, I'll keep saying that, during construction, how is it going to affect travelers? Because we have a lot of residents that live in Hellendale, that live on Sylvan, that that are in this path of all this construction that actually work in Barstow. What are we going to do to help mitigate bottlenecks and slower time to get to work, or hazards during the construction areas?
I'll take that one as well. BIG proposes to widen Main Street from 2 lanes to 4 lanes between Country Club Drive and Linwood Road, and this will be resulting in a consistent 4-lane roadway with through Barstow. Additionally, the existing 2-lane Main Street bridge over the Linwood Channel low water crossing would be replaced with a new 4-lane bridge that accommodates the 100-year flood that we've all referenced. A temporary bypass would be constructed to facilitate the Main Street at Linwood Road Channel Bridge reconstruction to maintain 1 lane each direction during construction to limit delays that would normally be experienced during traditional bridge construction. The bypass was shown in Mr. Merrill's presentation tonight, as you've seen, and is included in our EIR. The temporary bypass would include private driveways for nearby residents and would be open for approximately 18 months for the bridge reconstruction period. The remaining roadway improvements outside of the bridge construction to widen the road to 4 lanes would take approximately 4 months, but 1 lane each direction will remain open for the majority of that duration. As with most construction phases or projects, the construction activities and construction traffic may lead to increased delays along the corridor. The contractor will prepare a detailed traffic control plan to minimize the impact of construction activities in close consultation with the city, local law enforcement, and the fire district. And that's during construction. Operations after construction, changes in traffic operations were evaluated consistency with city level of standard thresholds. With BIG's proposed transportation improvements and fair share contributions, BIG would not create transportation deficiencies inconsistent with the city or county level of service on those thresholds. So there would be a lot of coordination going back and forth during the construction, and then also afterwards there'd be a nice new road.
Thank you for that. And I also have a concern about the train crossings in Hellendale. We've been talking about that. We have loved ones that live in the adjacent communities, and I do worry about, if there's too many trains going by, because I'll go out there 3 times a week, and sometimes I'm waiting for 2 different trains going both ways. My daughter barely made it to the hospital, stop and drop mom. She went to the hospital, got there because 2 trains were in the way. She got hospital 7:01, delivered at 7:22, stop and drop mom. And that is my concern. It's a safety concern. And I understand that this is county, it's out of our jurisdiction, but, if this passes, it is my hope that I heard from the big project that they would, be willing to work with Hellendale, if I've understood correctly. But if we did a bridge, if a bridge was built, it's like $1 billion. Where does the money come from? So I'm just worried about that. Can you tell me, anything about what our concerns could be about that?
So I think Ms. Kent touched on this previously, but I'd like to invite her to provide more clarification on this again.
Sure. So it is already a very active rail line through that area. Our line has been there for well over 100 years.
Right.
And when that community was built, they chose the less expensive route, and that was to go at grade versus building an overpass like you currently see on your highway system. Again, this has been an issue that has been brought up to the county for many, many years, and from what I understand, the county does collect a tax on those residents to help with transportation-related issues. BNSF is willing and does across our entire network contribute to grade separations, and we are willing to also contribute to the Vista Road crossing if the county chooses to work to build an overpass. We do have trains that are moving at all times, in both directions. But again, this project by 2048 adds 5 trains to that count. And in addition to our willingness to contribute to the Vista Road crossing, we also voluntarily have committed the $2 million for an alternate access just south of the Vista Road crossing, if the county continues to work towards that. We've already given them funding towards the design of that, but they still, it's in their hands, are still working through that process.
I appreciate that. It just shows that BNSF is working, and we are in consideration for the safety of those residents is at the forefront. So I appreciate that, and I hope that as we move forward, that the county really does engage, and they try to improve what we need for our neighboring communities as well, because it's not just about Barstow, it's about the surrounding communities and how it affects everyone. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Of course. I also would like, when we talked about, or Mr. Hildreth talked about Old Barstow, New Barstow, the plan for that, I love that. I love the fact that we are looking at Barstow as it sits right now, and there's going to be some changes within Old Barstow. So can you explain to me and to everyone else what E7 on the map, Barstow Road and Armory improvement will be, and why?
I would like to ask if Ms. Crane can provide more information on this question.
Absolutely. So to the point of Mr. Hildreth's presentation and the emphasis on Old Barstow, New Barstow, that is absolutely an important component. But I think speaking generally on the entirety of the land use map that's been created, and more specifically the zoning that impacts it, we were very calculated with the entirety of the area. So again, with that Old Barstow, New Barstow reference, of course, that means we're focusing on our vacant land. So, for example, we're pretty close sitting in this building to a lot of existing residential land that's available to us. So we were careful in thinking about where new residential may go, whether that's single family or multifamily, and on the topic of essentially ensuring that there's a good balance between where new development goes that may be industrial or commercial. So again, ensuring that we were careful and calculated about where we would want new development to be placed, and more particularly residential, expanding existing neighborhoods, not necessarily creating brand new ones in new locations, but really remaining within the footprint, and then of course not abandoning areas like our downtown. Barstow, born and raised, I understand the changes that our downtown has seen. I would like to see it revitalized just as much as I'm sure as many of us would. So I think that emphasis again of Old Barstow, New Barstow goes back to ensuring that we're not abandoning the fabric that we have there, but expanding and revitalizing where we can.
Thank you. And can you explain, or Mr. Hildreth, on the E7 Armory Road and Barstow Road? I'm sorry. I was asking Mr. Hildreth if he can explain what E7 on the map that was shown to us earlier, Barstow Road and Armory, there's going to be some construction going on, and I wanted for them to explain that process.
Yes, ma'am. I can cover that one as well.
Thank you.
So that actually alludes specifically to the transportation modification number 7. That really quite simply refers to growth that we anticipate between now and the year of 2048. So with that being said, of course, we did review some regional transportation models, and as a result of that, the models essentially reflect that there will be increased traffic volumes, not only in certain areas of town, but citywide. And focusing on this particular area, it essentially It essentially would prompt a restriping. So you would have restriping westbound of the right turn lane from just a through right to a right turn only, and adding westbound right turn to prevent right turn overlap phase. So in all reality, it alludes to widening and ensuring that there's proper flow with increased traffic in the area.
Thank you for that. So with the additional homes that are being proposed within the residential areas that are already existing, I did have this question. For instance, there's going to be potentially residential homes that are built in my district, District 3, right up the street from where I live. And in that, my question would be, would the district lines change? Because our districts are based on certain criterias, population, and would my district become more condensed because of that, because of more population? And if so, when would that happen?
So with census changes, that does trigger an evaluation of the district lines, and population changes, again, with the census tract and those evaluations. There are other criteria that feed into that, but I'll ask Attorney Summers to provide additional clarification on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to add a little additional clarification on that. So as you know, and as folks who've lived this know, every 10 years on the 10 years, so 2020, 2030, we are required and we will complete a redistricting that will look at and take into account in drawing the lines for the 4 districts, all of the population and the residents that exist at that time. So some district lines may shift, both naturally and as a result of the growth, and that ensures that those new residents are properly accounted for in the districting process on that 10-year cycle. It does not happen automatically until we hit the 10-year cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. And my final question, it's not really a question, but it's a request. If approved tonight, there's a lot of stakeholders. Each and every one of us is a stakeholder. Each and every one of us has a concern, whether it's a pro or a con, and you may be a pro tonight. It could be con tomorrow, depending on how things shift, what environmental impacts may come up. But I just want to ensure and request that our city will have city hall, town hall meetings on the project progress, if approved tonight, so that residents from all over has an opportunity, or they have an opportunity to come and ask their questions, raise their concerns, and it gives also us an opportunity to educate. If something shifted, something that is gone too far to the far left that we absolutely need to address, that we have an opportunity to address it properly and allow everybody that opportunity to come and ask those questions. So that is my request. I'm hoping that is something that we can do.
So yes, absolutely. And I had already started a full communications plan and evaluation of our current processes and going forward with outreach on certain programs. That I will continue if this project is approved. I will have to engage a different consultant to assist with a communications plan to go forward. But it's absolutely critical that we get regular communication out. When you have any construction progress and large-scale projects, it's important to get that information out to the communities. I've been involved with another similarly large project where conducted regular town hall outreaches out into the communities, gained some, information from the public and our community residents, and asking them to bring their concerns forward so that we can address those concerns. So that's absolutely something that the city will go forward with on the staffing level. We'll, again, engage somebody to assist with that outreach, since we do have limited staffing, but it's really important for us to be engaged with the public and go throughout this process together.
Thank you. And I just hope and want to emphasize that if approved, that the city speaks with one voice, that it's A PIO is somebody like you just spoke about, that we speak with one voice, so that we ensure that what we're getting out to the public is accurate, and it's put out with full thought, not on our personal feelings, but it's accurate, it's based on fact, so that, I'm just asking for one voice, that we speak with one voice as to not create confusion or division or unnecessary undue concerns.
Absolutely. Those are items that are led by the city manager, myself, and I will get the accurate information out with staff's assistance, always available with those town hall style community outreach programs.
Thank you. And my final, just one comment is that my father was a railroader all of his life. And this is when Santa Fe was in the middle of Barstow, downtown, diesel 100%, 120%. They did deal with asbestos during that time, but I can assure you that my father lived a good life. 8 of his brothers lived a really good life, and but I love what I heard earlier. I believe that it was Mrs. Aguayo that said that when you are hired with Santa Fe BNSF, it's safety first. You can see the safety as an S for dollars, but you make the money because you're safe. You make the money, and you haven't been in business all these years because only the money. The safety is priority, and I believe that if this is passed tonight, that BNSF is going to 100% continue to look at the safety and to make any kind of changes that need to be made. I believe in what my father did for a living. I believe what my uncles did for a living, and I believe that if approved tonight, that BNSF is going to take care of any concerns or safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions. I really want to go back to where you were talking about the old versus the new Barstow. And my concern is the Barstow west of 15. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how the general plan will benefit the members of our community?
Absolutely, and I know Mr. Heldreth did provide that portion of the presentation, so I will ask him to elaborate on that information.
Yeah, so as a lot of people are aware, in other communities, we've seen how new development comes in and creates a new and an old, and even worse sometimes, us versus them mentality. Our current land use plan allowed for lots of new development, new residential development and shops west of the 15. If we were to stick with this pattern, we'd likely see a lot of new homes bringing in new parks and new schools to western Barstow, and we'd risk central Barstow being left behind and forgotten. So the thought process behind the new proposed land use, we are focusing job-generating uses in the west and placing the new homes around our current neighborhoods, so these new folks can care about and improve our existing parks, the existing schools, shop in our downtown when we get it revitalized, and bring other improvements and amenities to our existing residences and businesses in central Barstow as well.
There was a lot of questions in reference to jobs in the workforce, and what are we doing to get our workforce ready for the expansion?
So I know there are some programs that have that BNSF has worked on bringing forward with the college, and so I'd like to invite Ms. Kent up to provide more clarification on those programs.
Thank you. Certainly, it's really important for BNSF and for our potential customers at the site to have a robust workforce. So from the onset of making the announcement, we have been working with the Barstow Community College. We've also reached out to the schools in the area early on to really discuss how we get people ready for these jobs. I think this really gives an opportunity for people here in Barstow that want to stay in Barstow and raise their families here. It gives them an opportunity for a good, well-paying job, and we want to see that happen. So BNSF is certainly committed to doing our fair share in working with the college and the high schools and the community to get them ready for the jobs that will come as a result of the project. I think for our customers, they need to understand that there are people that are here that want to stay here and that want to work here, and in the entire high desert region as well. And so we are very committed to working to make sure that comes to fruition. I'd say the college is very impressive. They have a great program. They've been working very hard since we made the announcement in coming up with various programs and curriculum to do just that. And we certainly want to stay very connected with them as they work to train the next generation of employees here in the high desert and Barstow.
And
Thank you, Ms. Kent.
thank you for that, and I appreciate that feedback because of the number of folks that have been focusing on job creation here in the community, looking for jobs. I appreciate that, and I hope that partnering with the college is a benefit, not just for BNSF, but for the folks that are going to be looking for the jobs. So I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Williams.
I really don't have any questions, but City Manager, if you need my help getting the message out, you know, I got over 1 million views in the last 30 days. I'll be more than willing to help you do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. I'm going to come back. Councilmember Hernandez, any further discussion or questions?
No, but a comment. And I'm glad the part about the old Barstow and the new Barstow, because that almost happened so many years ago. They were intending to build the new Barstow out of Hodge, and that always bothered me. So I'm glad that you addressed that in the general plan, and the fact that our residents are where the potential has always been for housing, and we have had developers come, and nothing has happened, but that you zone that and continue to keep it so that the town grows in the direction it should, and that it unites us as a community rather than divides us, which that other development would have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Rose.
Nope, I just want to thank everybody for being here and for everybody's, your voices, very important, and I just can't drive enough about, you know, if this passes tonight, that the city of Barstow takes it extremely serious in regards to what our responsibilities are. I know that we will, and that we know that we rely heavily on the consultants that our city manager has spoken about to help us get the job done and to speak with one voice. Extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, any further questions or discussion?
No, I have no questions, but I really want to just say thank you to the staff and BNSF for putting this project together and bringing it before the college. And I look forward to whatever the outcome is and hope it is positive. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Williams. Thank you. I also want to thank the staff, the public, consultants, everybody here present. As mentioned before, the information is heard. And with that, at this time, I will call for a motion and a second.
Mayor, I'd like to make the motion. I'd like to make the motion to approve the general plan update, the Barstow International Gateway Big specific plan, and all related actions as presented.
I like to second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Rose, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. City Attorney, would you please clarify the recommended action?
I will restate the motion for the record. Apologies for the length, but this is for the record. The motion The motion is to adopt resolution number 5256-2026 to certify the City of Barstow General Plan and Barstow International Gateway Development Project Final Environmental Impact Report with technical appendices, adopt CEQA findings on impacts and mitigation measures, statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation monitoring and reporting programs for the general plan and big project. To adopt resolution number 5257-2026 to adopt an update to the City of Barstow general plan. To waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1035-2026 to adopt a new zoning map and amend Title 19 of the Barstow Municipal Code to create a business park and high-density residential zone districts, adopt minor changes to the medium-density residential zone district, eliminate the estate residential zone district, require adopted specific plans be incorporated by reference into the BMC with copies available for review at the clerk's office, and repeal Chapter 1.05 as it is unnecessary and superseded by the updated general plan, and make conforming amendments throughout Title 12 and Title 19. To waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1043-2026 to adopt the big specific plan. To adopt resolution number 5258-2026 to approve the big tentative track map, number 20878-1-10, as consistent with the big specific plan and conditions of approval. To waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1044-2026 to approve the development agreement that memorializes agreements negotiated between the City of Barstow and BNSF over fees, service arrangements, and other aspects of the big project. To adopt resolution number 5259-2026 to authorize a road maintenance agreement with the County of San Bernardino for maintenance of the portion of Main Street southeast of the big specific plan boundary that is excluded from the San Bernardino County Local Agency Formation Commission Action Area A reorganization as defined. To adopt resolution number 5260-2026 to authorize and direct the city manager to accept assignment of certain easements from BNSF related to the big project, consent to recordation of the assignment of easements and record said easements. To waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1045-2026 to pre-zone LAFCO Action Area A for the big project, including 2,676 acres of the proposed big specific plan area and an approximately 10-acre parcel. To adopt resolution number 5274-2026 of the City of Barstow acting as the City Council and acting as the Board of Directors of the Barstow Fire Protection District to authorize principal terms for the exchange of property tax revenues with San Bernardino County and the San Bernardino County Fire District resulting from the reorganization of LAFCO Action Area A for the big project. To adopt resolution number 5276-2026 to approve a resolution of application by the City of Barstow requesting LAFCO initiate proceedings for reorganization for LAFCO Action Area A, comprised of annexations to the City of Barstow, BFPD, and Odessa Water District, detachment from the County Fire Protection District, its North Desert Service Zone, and its Zone FP-5, and detachment from County Service Area 70. To adopt Barstow Fire Protection District Resolution number 76-2026, acting as the Board of Directors of the Barstow Fire Protection District in support of the City of Barstow's application for reorganization of LAFCO Action Area A. To adopt Odessa Water District Resolution number 01-2026, acting as the Board of Directors of the Odessa Water District in support of the City of Barstow's application for reorganization for LAFCO Action Area A. To waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1046-2026 to pre-zone LAFCO Action Area B for the big project, inclusive of 6 parcels totaling 99 acres. To adopt resolution number 5275-2026 of the City of Barstow to authorize principal terms for the exchange of property tax revenues with San Bernardino County resulting from the reorganization of LAFCO Action Area B. To adopt resolution number 5277-2026 to approve a resolution of application by the City of Barstow requesting LAFCO initiate proceedings for reorganization for LAFCO Action Area B, comprised of annexations of the City of Barstow and Odessa Water District, and adopt Odessa Water Resolution number 02-2026, acting as the Board of Directors of the Odessa Water District in support of the City of Barstow's application for reorganization of LAFCO Action Area B, each as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Summers. At this time, Madam Clerk, may we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Rose,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Silva.
Yes.
The motion to approve passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, by consensus of the members, without objection, this meeting will be adjourned at 9:50 p.m.